Good morning, Mum. Ah, good morning, Mum.
Oh. No, indeed.
Good evening, Mum. Do you have a request, Mum?
Yes, bitch, I'm mum.
May I help you, Mum?
Bitch, I'm motherfucking mum.
Of course, Mum.
I'm a fucking mum.
Buddy, there you are.
New guys on security are good. Smart hires, boss.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to hear from you again. It was nice, but I got more of a friend vibe from the date. And you?
Fuck this.
Hey, so I know you been there already, but Pooh just called said I can come through and get a tour of Dre's studio as a thank you for what we did for him. Lamar crazy ass her, so you know that fool gonna be there too. But it's gonna be cool. We'll do it whenever it's good for you. Man, I'm excited for this. Look, bring a friend if you like. This one gonna hit different, alright? Peace, homie.
And I'm like, ooh, slow smoked barbecue at a fast food place? Arby say, what? That feels like anti-blackness within myself. And so you have to be self-reflective in your own biases around some of these systems, around racism, around misogyny, around colorism, around, these systems that we kind of talk about. And a lot of times people on the left or people in the progressive spaces, they think they know everything and don't want to accept it when it comes out in their own behavior. And so I really want you to take yourself out of the voyeuristic, excuse me, the voyeuristic place where you like thinking you on the outside looking in, like you're not the problematic one. I want you to look at yourself and maybe see where you can show up different in certain spaces and how your behavior, like, when are you obsessed with somebody's teeth? And when can this kind of show up when you're in public and you're questioning, ooh, is this a man, this a woman? Or how do you respond? Even in your own. Okay, so I want you may not, and this doesn't mean that everybody has every single problem, but sometimes when we think we know everything, we kind of are blind to our blind spots and our biases. So I want you to move yourself from the voyeur to being self-reflective and how it shows up in your own behavior. Got it? Y'all understand that? If you're just joining us, make sure you thumbs up. It is 31 people in here and only 18 people have thumbs up. And so I want to make sure that's free. That don't cost nothing. So I wanted to say that this is, I know that sometimes I'm preaching to the choir, but I want it to be, I want you to be more self-reflective in how it shows up. All right, so let's get started in talking about specific examples. Let's talk about how some of these kind of like high-profile media phenomena illustrate how this obsession with trans people plays out in real time. So let's talk about the weaponization of gender speculation in pop culture. Here, an example that you probably know is in 2004, there was this relentless online scrutiny surrounding public figures in sports. When we think about Angela Karini and Iman Khalid, the boxing cisgender woman who kind of looked masculine and was fighting but she was born a cis girl. Or the ongoing internet rumors surrounding like a Lady Gaga who famously shut down speculation by saying, why the hell am I going to waste my time and give a press release about whether or not I have a penis? My fans don't care, and neither do I. Which I thought was a kiki. One of the reasons why I love Lady Gaga, she will read a little bit. And so questioning her gender identity, we questioned Serena Williams. We questioned, there is literally a sector of people, and I ran into them, who believe that Michelle Obama is trans, even though she has 2 children. So even though, they love to say, I have a pussy, I have a period, I can have children.
Oh, girl, what is this?
You still can be affected by transphobia. You are not exempt. Your pussy doesn't make you exempt. Because of these arbitrary lines of womanhood, that shit don't make you exempt. Look at we'll talk about this later, but look at what's happening with the president of France and Candace Owens and the whole documentary about that example later. But these are some examples of how it shows up in
All right, doable.
culture. And I think what happens is this also shows how this speculation is rarely about facts and almost always about policing women's lives. Because it's very few people.
Baby, this ain't gonna
I want
work.
to say I want to say never. but it's very few times that I see this happening to men. I rarely see
Baby, I can tell
celebrity
you right now,
men
this ain't gonna
being
work.
questioned on whether or not they are a woman. Does it make sense? I usually see it happening to black women, but I definitely rarely see it happening to me. I feel like it's about policing women's bodies who don't fit into a hyper feminine or Eurocentric aesthetic standard. So anybody, if you're a little too tall, your jaw a little too strong, feet a little too big, a little too dark, a little whatever opposite of the Eurocentric beauty standards or hyper feminine beauty standards that they have set the what Toni Morrison calls the master narrative around beauty. It feels anybody who
Girl.
excuse me, anybody who falls outside of that, they're susceptible to that scrutiny, that misogyny. Absolutely, they are susceptible to that. And as Andre just said, it's crazy to see black people question her gender. Absolutely insane. But because we are black, it automatically makes us susceptible to that. Like it just is because they have the world we live in America, but it's global too. But some of these examples that I just gave, they are not. It's not in the American context. It's in a global context. But just the fact that you're black and you look black, our features has been masculine. From the big nose, the big lips, the any kind of those Afrocentric or ethnic feature that is attributed to us, they can steal them. But when it's on us, it is deemed to be masculine. It is deemed to be not beautiful. It is deemed to be, something that can bring our gender into question. And so, I want to ask.
God,
And
jeez.
so, I want to kind of ask us a question. Y'all tell me, in your own lived experience, how has, like, the media trained you to view, or train us, to view trans identity as, like, a mystery to be solved, or a reveal, or like a reveal, rather than just a way of somebody's being?
Kaya told me hotel prices just dropped. Now we can finally stop scrolling for travel hacks.
And for me, I think I think it goes back to, what the documentary Disclosure really brilliantly. If you ever watched the documentary on Netflix called Disclosure, um, produced by the Laverne Cox and others, I think it brilliantly laid out how we were trained to see trans people as this kind of deviant, scary thing, killers, put the lotion on the skin, on Silence of the Lamb as an example, any kind of gender bending stuff, that stuff is sexual deviant and weird, and making us this scary, abnormal thing. We think about, old school talk show circuit. The trans girls, and I'm not blaming them at all, but the trans girls using those as stepping stones or just to get 15 minutes of fame, to be on those shows and using their gender identity and putting it on display as a spectacle. I remember girls being on Donahue. I remember girls being on, it ranged from a done very tastefully, quote unquote, on certain shows like a Oprah or a Donahue or Sarah Jesse Raphael, and done very untastefully. When we think about Jerry Springer, is it a man, is it a woman, and them allowing the audience to get a mic and they reading us, and you know what I'm saying, it can be untasteful too. And I think those, and I experienced this firsthand. I remember getting on the bus, and one of the girls in my city, who was a little bit less passable, got on the bus. I got on the bus. I've been pretty, you know, I've been pretty passable most of my life. It didn't, I didn't really it didn't take too much for me to get passable. And so I've always had a certain level of passability to where I could get on the bus and um, enjoy a certain
Girl.
You know what I'm saying? I can get on and not be, oh my God, that's a man. I've been pretty blessed in that kind of way. I'm not saying that I don't ever get clocked. I'm not implying that, but I'm just saying on average, I usually don't. And so um, I can just get on and be cool. So I remember this one time I got on the bus. Nobody clocked me. I got on the bus and good. Da 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 da. One of the girls got a payday. One of the girls that I knew got on the bus. She's not as passable as me, and the whole bus went up in an uproar. And they started using the language that was popular at the time, and literally quoting what we would see on Jerry Springer. Like, it's a man, Maury. Or Jerry Springer. It was Maury and Jerry Springer that was the comic. That was the comic thing that people watched. It's a man, like literally saying on the bus, as if they were in the audience of the show, it's a man, Maury, to be funny and embarrass this trans woman as she goes to work. Like she is literally in her scrubs headed to a job at the hospital. Like you can tell, like because she's in her scrubs and she has her stuff on, and they literally in the back of the bus is saying, "It's a man." Oh, we can tell. Yeah, da, 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 da. Like just for nobody asked, nobody just harassing. That's just what it is. And so these type of shows set the stage for this to happen in real life. And this is why when I wrote my piece for Essence, I wrote a piece on let me see if I can find it. They spelled my name wrong, but I wrote this article. In Essence for Essence, they spelled Styles with E. That's not how they spell my name, but thank you, mommy. I wrote this article in Essence. That one I just linked it in there. I wrote this article in Essence, and I talked about how people love to say jokes are jokes and it's just jokes and blah 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 blah. But what if you live our experience?
Oh, girl.
Can lead to actual harm.
Oh.
And so, yes, you think it's a joke, but it's going to turn into harm. So, in that regards, I think when I thought about Dave Chappelle, in that situation, I remember like right in the moment, this whole calling us the alphabet people, that was not a slur. That was not a statement that people were using until that stand up special came out. He called us the alphabet people, and people started to use that in real life. I remember being in a public space, they saw a trans person, and they were saying alphabet people. I was like, so wow, yes, you particularly the comedian, are just telling a joke, people will take that joke and harm people and weaponize it against actual people in real life. So you trying to absolve yourself of the harm that is doing to trans people doesn't work. It's not just jokes. It translates into real harm and harassment, even if you don't intentionally do it. And now all of a sudden, Dave Chappelle is out on this campaign talking about, oh, I regret the right-wing Republican Party misusing what I'm saying and weaponizing it against trans people. That was not my intention. Shut the fuck up, Dave. Bitch ass nigga. You were one of the main people spreading anti-trans propaganda, and you knew it. You kept talking about it. It wasn't a one-off thing. You kept doing specials and having moments in these specials during this time. And now all of a sudden, what? I don't know. They're using this against, weaponizing it against trans people. That was not my intention. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. That was your intention. You knew what you were doing because we were calling you out and you were rebutting it in the next special and all this kind of stuff. And then even try to use a trans woman killing herself based on aligning with you and people talking, trying to call her in, and then she killed herself. Their own community is forcing them to suicide and to get out of here. No, it was you. It was you and your propaganda and your bullshit that put us in this situation. What should we do?
Go to cashnetusa.com. You can apply it.
One person who ain't going to let you slide down at all. No. Get the fuck out of here. No, I'm not going to let you. Even this Tucker Carlson shit. All these motherfuckers that's on there. This is a different subject, but all these motherfucking Republicans and right-wing talking heads that are now that he can't run again. You see what I'm saying? Now that he can't run again and they don't have to align with him. Now they're like, oh, we regret. We didn't ask for war. We didn't ask for what's happening with ICE. We didn't ask for this. Bitch, yes, you did. He's doing exactly what he said he was going to do. Y'all did vote for this. This is what y'all wanted. He ain't some new motherfucker. He had a whole presidency of this bullshit before this time. And now all of a sudden, Tucker Carlson and all these other motherfuckers are like, oh, this is not what we voted for. Yes, it is, hoe ass motherfucker. And yeah, we gotta stop acting like they didn't fucking vote. They're voting against their interests. That's the smarts, the talking heads. But even the dumb, broke, poor, right-wing people, usually white, but even the other ones, they did not fucking not vote against their interests. Their interest is white supremacy. That's their interest, baby. So when we say they voted against their interest, they're lying. Their interest is to keep white supremacy upheld. That is their interest. Even if it's against their pockets, white supremacy is so powerful that they believe in it, that they want to keep it upheld, even if they keep them in the courthouse. I'd rather be poor and white than to let these niggas and let these Mexicans and let these motherfucking other people be successful. Recently, Kimberly Foster just came back, and she talked about it, which I thought I didn't know. She talked about how in the late 90s, Oklahoma, Democratic legislators voted to give everybody universal daycare. And how that simple change in giving everybody daycare, state-funded daycare, literally took them out of the bottom when it comes to education and put them somewhere in the middle. I literally took them up. And then since then, they have dismantled all of this, and now they're back at the bottom. Like you literally see it helping people. You literally see it helping people, and y'all helping your state in general as a whole. And bam, y'all done voted to go against this, and now y'all back at the bottom of education. The fuck? Are you stupid? No. They don't care about the health. They care about white supremacy. That's what they care about. Anyway, I don't think it's media. I think seeing trans women as scary or murder is mostly how women see men, and it gets confused. In the 90s, I used to go to clubs with transsexuals as they were in the Navy and high strong, but they didn't go out like that in the daytime. Hmm. Oh. So that reminds me of a situation.
We should chill sometime.
I remember in early on, if you don't know, I used to be a part of an organization called Black Trans Advocacy Group. Um, we did a conference every year. It still goes on. I'm just not with them anymore. Out of that shit that forced me to leave that I didn't like. But BTAC, Black Trans Advocacy Conference, was every year. And in the early days, I was with them for like 12 years, 11 to 12 years. And in the early days of its existence, we had one of the most powerful conversations that I remember having between, we did a workshop where we were the intention of the workshop was to bridge the gap between cisgender women and transgender women. And so, half the room was cis, half the room was trans, and it's me, Monica Roberts, who else? She was in there. But, some of the cis women was Esperanza Brown, which is one of the other, the founder is Carter Brown, his wife is Esty. And, it just was a mix in the room. And so, and I didn't think about this, but it was a blind spot of mine because, let me explain it, and I can tell why. So in the midst of the conversation, of course, in this time we were talking, the bathroom bill was the big thing that was coming up. And the bathroom issue, trans women being in the bathroom, blah, blah, blah. I personally thought that this was weird because as a girl who transitioned really, really earlier in my life, I remember going to the girls' bathroom when I was in junior high as a butch queen, and none of the girls had a problem with me going up in there. Even as a butch queen. Like, no, it was they never said anything. They would pull me into the bathroom and we're playing in makeup. You know what I'm saying? It never was an issue. So then when I transitioned, it never was an issue either. I never really had an issue with the bathroom until college. And that was years into college. Like I had a bathroom issue when I was a junior. And so even in my freshman year, going into the girls' bathroom was never an issue until my junior year in college. So I was like, I never met cisgender girls who had an issue with me going to the bathroom. I just never had. It was always understood that we don't want you. You know what I'm saying? So they didn't respond to me like I'm some dude, some jock dude coming into the bathroom. So the idea of us being being an unsafe thing in the women's bathroom, it never. I always thought it was just bullshit because the cisgender women I grew up around, it was anecdotal, but it never was an issue. So I'm like, what? And so, no. Even before I was a girl, like before I started, when I was in junior high, I transitioned the summer between junior high and high school. So in junior high, I was a boy. I was a gay, butch queen little boy. Um, so, so even when I was even when I identified as a gay boy, it was me going into the girls' bathroom was never a thing. So trans, gay, just being a queer, they knew I'm not trying to fuck with them. So and this is what I gauged from conversation that was had. So they never looked at me as some danger. You see what I'm saying? It never was a thing. They knew I liked the boys. They knew I didn't like no girl. And it didn't have anything to do with my passability. It had something to do with me being queer. So, I think here women now don't call me cis women. I don't. That goes back to what I said in the beginning of the conversation. If you are the kind of person that have a problem with being called cis, this ain't the conversation. I'm not the person for you to listen to. If you are that far right or that sensitive about, and you don't know what cis means, this ain't the place for you. You negative 101. This is like a higher level conversation. If you still on that, I don't even want you here actually. So I don't really care. So if you have a problem with me calling you cis, you think of it as negative, we ain't never gonna be on the same page. It's kind of like somebody saying, I don't see trans women as women. And we don't have any. We're on a whole different plane of the world. So we don't have whoever's in the fight of wanting to battle have that debate, that's not the debate. I'm on a whole other plane. I think that's not something. I have videos of you explaining what cisgender is. I've done 10 years. So we're on a whole different level. So if you are a person, don't call me cis, bitch. I'm gonna call just like you. Don't think I'm a man. You call me whatever you want to call me. I'm gonna say cis. If you don't like it, move on. And if you think that that's hypocritical, yeah, sure. I'll accept whatever. You're not the type of person that I think deserves it. And I'm not the type of person that you think deserves respect either. So we never gonna, it's like oil and water. We ain't never gonna mix. Because I think people who hold on to cisgender, a word that we did not create, that is because they want to be transphobic and they think it's a gotcha moment. They think they're like, ooh, you're calling me something I don't want to be called. Well, what about you? You want to be called this? They think it's a gotcha moment, and it's not. It's just you being a transphobe. You don't have any other language issue, new words. Bitch, y'all just fucking learned about accountability. Y'all just learned about misogynoir. Any other new words y'all accepted, even though cisgender is not a new word. Any other new word that aligns with you accept clearly. But all of a sudden, I don't need cisgender. I don't need advocating from it. I'm just a woman. But when we want to be specific, talking about the women's issues, now all of a sudden you want to accept the adjective of black. You know what I'm saying? I'm a woman, don't call me a black woman. No, you talk about specific to black people. And so I'm talking about specific to cisgender women. When I say this, I need you to know the difference. When I'm talking about trans and when I'm talking about this, I want you to be know the distinction. Because we all women, the problem is you don't think we are women. And that's okay. But anyway.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't give a
So my point was,
telling y'all the story about what kind of shifted my mindset about teaching the women and a learning moment. I got it. Um, so, what taught me to be more sensitive to situations, not pander to them, but be more sensitive in certain moments. So, somebody who one of the women in the circle of the conversation, she vulnerably, being vulnerable, shared her experience and how she grew into seeing trans women, from seeing a trans woman as a threat to seeing a trans woman as human, like this is another woman. And so remember, my own experience, all this experience with girls was cool with me being a bathroom. So she described her growing up. It was like, in my life, I have been harmed. My trauma says men are not safe. Now, why I am open to this person's conversation is because we are in a space that is intentional about bridging the gap between cis and trans women. So her coming to this space is letting me know that she wants to bridge the gap. She's not just some bitch on the other end saying some dumbass shit. This is somebody who intentionally wants to heal our whatever the chasm is and close the chasm between us. Like that's the intention of the space. And so her being vulnerable in this moment, sharing her own experience, also gives context to me being open to understanding the conversation. So I want to say that because sometimes you're just coming in attacking, and so I'm not going to be open to any kind of bullshit or rebuttal you got to say, because bitch, you just fucking attacking me. This conversation isn't intention to kill us. This conversation that you're bringing is to just be fucking harmful, just to be fucking harmful. And so I'm not going to be susceptible to even listen to you and to try to talk this through because you're just being a fucking bitch and a biggie. So fuck you. So I want to give the nuance of the conversation. So in the conversation we were having, she said, growing up, because I have been harmed, sexually harmed by men being in my space that's supposed to be private for women, I'm going to be sensitive to that. And so, if I'm coming in a space before I learn about trans people, and I'm clocking that you are a man dressed up as a woman, I'm going to feel safe in this. I would feel unsafe in this bathroom because you are a man dressed up as a woman. And you're not supposed to be in here. And before I had trans friends, my trauma was at the forefront. My trauma around being harmed by men was at the forefront. And so there was a time when I would be like, oh, you're not supposed to be in here. I know, because I'm clocking you. I know you're a man dressed up as a woman. The context of the culture teaching me that this is a sexual deviant. I felt unsafe in the bathroom with this person who I, from my lived experience, identified as this is a man dressed as a woman. And men were unsafe to me. And she said, that's how I initially felt because I was young and I had been harmed by men. And so, boom, and I think this goes back to what the author said, that kind of misunderstanding, I don't want to say misunderstanding, you know, anti-feminist interests, you know, to show that this is misunderstanding. But there is a particular rightful fear of me that because of the history and data and all the harm that comes from them, we know we all have been harmed by it in 99.9% of the time, 99.9% of the time. We don't have this experience, and so there's a rightful fear. And so she was sharing that it wasn't until I was in authentic relationship with trans women for me to understand them and understand their situation, where I was like, oh, I don't have to fear this person because they're trans, and this is a whole different thing. And so there was a process between where my trauma, this is how she explained it, where my trauma was here at the forefront, and me having authentic relationships with trans women and learning about the experience not healed me from my trauma, but it let me see trans women in a more nuanced light, where I understand that this is a different thing. Where when I before, I lump everybody together. And so it's her sharing, in the space, in this vulnerable space, her sharing that with me had me. This is my learning. Just like she was at her learning process, I'm in my learning process. Anytime somebody had an issue with trans women in the bathroom, I dismissed it as ignorant. Oh, these are some ignorant ass niggas.
Checkers and Rallies 349 doubles will have you going all in.
Double down. Double.
Blah blah blah. And kind of turn my nose up at it because this is somebody that I'm in community with, that I care about, and they care about me. I have to sit and listen to them and respect what they're saying, and know that their intention is not to be disrespectful and not to be transphobic. They really are sharing their experience to be vulnerable. You see what I'm saying? And so that gives it a different context and brings me to the table with a certain level of care and open ear, to where when she started talking about it, I was like, oh wow, I too have been harmed. It's kind of like when I see, when I see a group of black dudes and I'm walking down the street and I'm like, I don't know the history of these black dudes. They could be the nicest, genuinely ass dudes, but because I've been in trauma situations with groups of black men and I'm walking down the street, there's going to be a certain level of anxiety that I have with this group of black dudes that I see. And so, because of my trauma, is at the forefront, I might prejudge them because of my lived experience. That's exactly what she's sharing. That because I lumped y'all into the category of men and I've been harmed by men, I lumped y'all into that category fairly. Not fairly, reasonably. It's reasonable for me to lump you in because I don't know trans women like that. So or the gender identity, and I learned about it like I do now. So boom, you look like a man to me, or I'm talking to a man. So there's that. And so I had to look at my own trauma, my own lived experience, and how I grew up and how I grew. And it was a powerful moment for me when I heard her say that and heard her talking about it. And so when I asked the question of how the media trained us to view trans identity as something to solve, something to feel, and the obsession of I think that yes, I think our culture kind of initially, if you don't know a trans person, what you would kind of see through the media is something that you should be scared of, some kind of beauty thing. And I think that that's important to acknowledge. Now, I think it's a choice to stick there and to stay there. She could have easily rejected it. He could easily reject. And for me, I think the power in her example is I started to build authentic relationships with trans people. There's a lot of people out there who have strong anti-trans opinions, don't know one trans person. One trans person has not been there for all their honor and hate for trans people is based on a fake trope of data shows that a person who actually knows a trans person, who actually is in community with one, whether it be forced or not forced. Because sometimes a lot of people only are forced into a community space with trans people if they work with them, or they're in school with them, or they're in college with them. And so usually people who actually have come in contact with a trans person, usually that shifts their mindset about that person because you're forced to see them. You see them every day, and you're forced to see them as a human and actually sit down and maybe have a conversation with them. And just that proximity can be a powerful humanizing thing, unless they reject it. You see what I'm saying? But if they're open, or I just know me. It's just certain things in my own experience that just me being in proximity of a thing that I don't know helps me learn more about it. I remember I've never been um, anti-immigrants. I've never said. So I've never been right wing about immigrants. Okay? So I've never been in a situation where I hated foreigners or that I thought of them negatively. I have been in a situation where I was just ignorant about the problem because I am an American citizen and I never really had a problem with I never really had to worry about any issues of as a black American, any issues about my my citizenship being questioned. So it never was an issue for me to have to care about. And so I didn't know the issue. You see what I'm saying? But I never was in a situation where I thought immigrants was negative or that I wanted them not to have their birthright citizenship. You see what I'm saying? I've never been in a situation where that was a problem. So I just never. But I hired this girl. Um, um,
The person who entered the kitchen with the tricks of the devices and not their kitchen. I need to be smooth to feel safe. Alright? They do that hundreds of sites. You know,
okay. Anyway, she spoke Spanish. I wanted more Spanish speakers. And she spoke English. I didn't really care to I didn't think about it. But we were in the process of working on our co-time because we were working together. I was her boss, and she shared a lot of stuff with me that I didn't know about the immigration issue. There's, people from nowhere. The concept of a coyote, and you know what I'm saying. The way I'm looking at coyotes is sometimes to help people get over the border, and sometimes it's a positive thing, and sometimes it's negative. It's just they'll pay somebody and they steal their money and leave them out in the fucking desert, no food and no water, and they can't get over the border, or they're a legitimate person and will really take them over the border and try to help them, put them in the back of trunks, and they're legit in trying to help them. But then there's some that are using it as a hustle that will leave somebody out in the middle of the desert, take their money and leave them. And so all this she's teaching me all this stuff that I just didn't know about because I never had to do with it. Didn't know about it. And so that proximity to her made me way more sensitive to the immigration issue and the DACA. It made me way more sensitive and my ears perk up when I hear something that was wrong that somebody would say about the immigration issue. Does that make sense? Like it never was a negative issue for me. Like it never was like, oh, these immigrants, da da da. I never had a moment where immigrants was a problem. I'm trying to think of things. Am I telling the truth? Yeah, I don't remember an incident where that I could feel like I didn't trust with the immigrants. Like I just don't. They never was an issue. They always were in my community because I live in the village. I don't remember a place where there was some immigrants somewhere and they were an issue. Like even in my high school, we had two Asian people. We didn't have no Asian people. It was two Asian people. And they were brothers and sisters, friends, and Lakeview. Both of them, brothers and sisters, they were quiet. They never did anything to us. It never was. They never was an issue to us that I had to get over, or they were real regular. It wasn't like they were in a position with top of the class. No, the top of our class was the two black girls. They were the valedictorian and salutatorian. Like it wasn't like they were taking all the opportunities and never was in a situation where they were taking opportunities They were, yeah, I don't even remember. I don't even remember any Latino people at our school. I know it had to be some. I don't even remember. In high school, I don't remember any being in community with any Latino people. In elementary, yes, but in high school, no. I remember I was putting control in the elementary, in elementary. But yeah, I guess they never was an issue. Oh, I do remember when I came to Houston. I remember I grew up in Midwest, you know, in my younger years, Midwest, Boston, Mississippi, those areas. So when I came to Houston, this is the first time that I'm in heavy proximity of the Latinx group. I remember I was looking for a job, and I just wanted a quick job, like a fast food job. And every fast food place around where I live, I guess this would be my example of where I was like, this seems kind of weird. Every fast food place around where I live, the whole team was Latin people, Latinx people. And I do remember thinking, damn, they don't hire. I ain't never been to a place where there wasn't no black people on the fast food team. Like you ain't got no, you in a black neighborhood. You in a black and Latinx neighborhood. You ain't got one black person on your team. And every fast food joint in the neighborhood, whole team was Latin and no black people, Latinx. And I do remember me thinking like, ooh, this don't feel normal, or this feels like a barrier. I did think about it in that way, where I was like, oh, y'all ain't got no black people on your team? Y'all ain't even got the cook? Y'all ain't even got the burger flipper? It's nothing but Latinx people on the team? That feels intentional. And so I do remember having that moment. But that was when I was like 28, not growing up. I do remember that. So yeah, anyway. This was a moment where me being in proximity to her taught me so much and opened me up to, she suggested,
ready, set, roll up. Hit refresh with Daywear, your ritual for unstoppable radiance. Powered by our super antioxidant complex. Type in for skin that glows. All day strong.
Books. She just gave me a political education.
We did it, Joe. We did it.
We were so breaking of pre-NAFTA times. They weren't that many immigrants in the Midwest. Yeah, I think they were. No, because it was in high school it was different, but in elementary there were immigrants there. In elementary, and when I moved to Boston, it was immigrants there. But that's the Middle East, New England. But in the Midwest, in elementary, it just was, for some reason, it was more immigrants in elementary, which was A's. I went to high school in the 90s. And in the 90s, yeah, in my high school, my particular high school, now I went to another high school, and they had way more immigrants in that school. But in my school, it wasn't a lot. And I don't know why that was. With our magnet, this is when the magnet program started too, and our magnet program that our school was over was like agriculture and, it was like agriculture and science. It was like science and agriculture, whereas the magnet program of the other school was like arts, like dance and like the liberal arts, which was the school I went to. And then tech was more, tech. This is when I don't know if y'all had magnet programs at your school, but where each school had a particular had a particular like magnet focus of their. Did y'all have magnet programs in your school?
May I help you, Mom?
I know in Indiana, that's where it started. Anyway, my point is, she opened up my eyes more. She opened up my eyes, not me being in proximity to her, opened up my eyes about the immigrant conversation. And because of that proximity, it helped politically move me closer and more sensitive to the immigration issue. Because prior to me being in proximity to her, I was indifferent. It wasn't negative. I was kind of neutral. That wasn't my issue. That wasn't my da 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 da.
Sorry, Mom.
Ours was math and computers. Yeah.
Right away,
Yeah, we
Mom.
still doing Florida intentional. I don't even know what that last word is. International baccalaureate. What does that mean? What is that? International baccalaureate. Is that how you say that? I don't even know what that word is. Baccalaureate. Is that how you say that? Baccalaureate? International baccalaureate. Ours was math and computers. Yeah, ours was agriculture and science. So anyway, so I think the same thing applies to trans people because usually people who are in community with trans people, especially if you go to cities, some, like even when the trans thing started being hyped, some people in cities like New York, LA, Chicago, these major cities, Atlanta, where people is like, girl, y'all tripping about this trans thing? We done had trans people all over our city forever. Why are y'all tripping about this? It's like another type of magnet program, but it's throughout the world, not just US. Okay, gotcha. Dr. Lawrence. It'll give you input. Dr. Lawrence. Hey, that looks like the Gloria. Baccalaureate. 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 So I just feel like being in proximity to us is important, and there's a lot of people with strong anti-trans opinions that are against us. That you don't even know us. You don't even care about us. And another thing that I want to ask you, do you think that this obsession is actually about gender, or is it more about the fear of losing control over traditional societal rules we are taught? Like when we think about this kind of balance, this imbalancing of power when it comes to men, white men, when it comes to gender, when it comes to race, when it comes to even the percentages of, I know here in Texas, like we're like half and half, and it's not like that in other places where white people are losing the majority, whereas other places they're nowhere near losing the majority. But in places, specifically in the South, they're losing or have lost the majority. Baccalaureate, like I said, question. So they're losing the majority. So I think that this is more. I think that this. I've always said that I think trans people. Look,
What a bitch.
If we can push back against the system of gender, oh my God, what other systems like race can we push back up against? What all these rules and boxes about gender? Like I always say this, that I think the patriarchy is older than racism. Like because we're America and our history with race, we're obsessed with racism, the system of racism. But I feel like sexism and patriarchy, that is older. Those systems are older. So to be a trans person and totally buck up against what we were assigned at birth, I think that's a deeper gash. We're cutting to a deeper gash in the cultural zeitgeist around these systems. So for me to come out the womb one way and say I'm not even gonna fuck with that and go a whole other way, I think that that is even deeper. Like I think that when it comes to dismantling systems, that cuts to the core of a lot of the hegemonic rules that we have been susceptible to in our culture. I think it's deeper than just gender. Hey Java, how are you? Good to see you too. Welcome. If you are listening, it is 61 people in here and only 37 people have thumbs up. That's like a little over half. It is free. You can just hit the thumbs up button if you are enjoying the conversation. What's tea? It don't cost you nothing. All right. Let me see if I have. Okay, I know another question that I wanted to ask y'all. What is the line between? Okay, and remember the context of this conversation is people obsession with whether or not somebody is trans or not. That's the context. So, what is the line between innocent curiosity and invasive surveillance? How do we consciously cross that? How do we unconsciously cross that line? What do y'all think is the difference between somebody just being innocently curious and just being fucking invasive and just the surveillance of somebody's gender? Like, is there a line, or is it just all disrespectful, or is there a line in, because I'm talking about off of our own self-reflection and how our own behavior can be kind of overly obsessed with people's identity and in regard to that. Even if we are accepting of the trans identity, sometimes that obsession with is she trans or is she not trans and clocking T and I know T and da 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 da, that can, even though it may not be malicious and we may not be treating somebody bad, we might have that kind of the obsession, like, ooh, I wonder if she, or she wonder if she's not. I remember I recently applied for United. I haven't got any rejection letter yet, y'all. Usually they send the rejection letters quick, so I haven't got one yet. So I might be still in the running. But me and my cousin, who's been a flight attendant for years, my cousin Cliff, we was talking about it, and he was talking about a couple of trans women, and how that are flight attendants at his job, and he was talking about how nobody's ever rude to them because there's tons of queer people, so it's not like the culture of the flight, the culture of the company as an airline is not accepting, because there are tons of queer people, tons of trans people, da da da. But they do have conversations on whether or not somebody, if they're new, they might be questioning if they're trans or not. And is that innocent or is that negative? Like, they're not trying to be rude or treat them badly. It's just that they're just curious. I think she's trans. There is like rumors of, I think they might be, or I think they might have. Is that a negative thing? What crosses the line? I'm asking y'all. What crosses the line? Is it just innocent? Sometimes is it just innocent curiosity, or is it just like an obsession, like a negative invasive surveillance? What do y'all think about that? Because I'm being honest.
Checkers and Rallies is doubling down on doubles. Dig into the cheesy, toasty new sourdough double melt.
Double down.
3 doubles, $3.49 each.
Double, 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 double down.
Go all in for less, only at Checkers and Rallies.
Neutrogena Ultra Share is in fact Ultra Sheer. It is UV protection without white hat.
I've been in situations where I questioned if somebody was trans or not. And not just questioned it, I was so curious on figuring it out. I remember in my younger years being in a situation where I'm like, are they trans or are they not? I think it's just disrespectful. They always try to put the label on a TS woman. I would keep explaining myself to people. It's annoying. I wouldn't keep explaining myself to people. It's annoying. I think it's natural. I can't resist it. People are curious. I think it's a human nature. It's what people do. It's what people do with that curiosity. Yes, 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 Aries. I think that. I think that's when it's not that. It's not the natural curiosity. I think it is what you do with that curiosity. Yes. And I think that for me, sometimes because I'm trans, I, I don't think what I do ever do. I'm never doing something that's going to harm people, but I do think sometimes I don't know when somebody might find it disrespectful. Let me give you an example. So there is one of my favorite people here in Texas. She's an activist and she's out of Austin. Um, um, what's her name? Shit. I always mispronounce it. Is it Anise Milburn? I can't remember how to pronounce her name, but she's one of my favorite people in the activist space here in Texas. And she works for the tent. And I saw her when I worked at Bath and Body Works years ago, and she came into the store, and I can tell she was kind of nervous. I can tell that she was early in her transition, and I don't know. I wanted to make her feel comfortable. And so there's this line where I don't want you to be subconscious about being cocky. And so I don't want to come up and be like, I know you're trans. Hey girl. But like, it's something about it that I feel I felt uncomfortable.
Oh.
my obsession with wanting to make her feel uncomfortable made me kind of ignore that and go up to her and talk to her and make her and clock my own tune. And I gave her a card of mine and asked her to kind of tune into my music. and so and and I've talked to her since then, and she was like, it was a moment where I was like, oh my god, I met somebody trans, and she you get what I'm saying? It was a moment, but
Kayak smart filters help me find the perfect hotel room.
I remember being young and I would be not offended, but like, oh my God, it would do something to me when somebody would clock me in public. Even if they were nice, I would go home and be like, damn, do I look like a man? and so I don't know. It just, I don't, that's my own experience where I'm like, ooh, like, what do I do in this situation? I want you to be comfortable, but I don't want to give you self consciousness about your look either, because I remember it would do that to me. So I don't. It was that. Those are my moments where I'm never going to be mean to nobody ever, in regards to that. But I do have a moment where I'm like, I don't know if I'm moving right in this situation. Especially when I'm also the person that be like, it's none of your business. Just leave it alone. Who cares? You know what I'm saying? When I'm talking to a cis person, I'm like, it's none of your business. Why do you care so much? Just go on. I'm easy. It's easy for me to do that instead of and then. But when I self reflect on my own obsession with gender identity, I give myself grace. Whereas if it's a cis person, no, mind your business. Mind your fucking business. Which can have a level of hypocrisy, but that just be being real. I don't think I don't think me as a trans person holds the same power and nuance as a cis person. So it's gonna be I'm gonna judge it differently. With you a cis person, girl, you don't know. Don't sit your ass down. I know me, I'm gonna come in with a certain level of understanding. So I'm gonna give a trans person how they move a little bit more grace. All right. um Tony says, especially once you are in the community, you keep the difference and make a note of it. Definitely, it's about what you do with it. I think some of this goes back to the idea of people wanting to believe that they can always fly. I think it can be different if you are a part of the particular community. Absolutely. I do also hate that when people love, baby, I could tell by your elbows that you were trans. I can tell by how your earlobes detached from your jaw that you was trans. I can tell by how your knees popped when you were walking. They gonna make some of the most arbitrary bullshit reasons that you, bitch, shut the fuck up. You didn't know shit. Shut the fuck up. I can tell because of this. I can tell. Girl, get out of here. When I literally have seen trans people who I know have said, or when I'm in a space where somebody hasn't clocked me yet, or my tea isn't exposed, and I can tell by your eyelids, yeah, your eyelids straight was some dumb ass shit. Get the fuck out of here. They will have all kinds of shit. I done heard some of the crazy shit. I can tell how you were peeing in the bathroom, the stream of your pee. All kinds of stuff. I've heard some of the most ridiculous things of why somebody clowns somebody. Girl, get out of here. Why how they can always tell. And I've heard somebody tell me and don't know my tea yet. How they can always tell. Sure. Yeah. So yes, I totally understand that in regard to that. Your approach is okay because it's something you didn't know the person's fan. Yeah, sometimes you do want to know if they're fan or not. Um, if they are a safe space. I remember this girl in college, I talked about this before, where in college there was this girl who, I told y'all at Jackson State, there was a period, like a month, where the rumor of me succeeded me. So there was a rumor that there was a trans person on campus, but because I wasn't all over the place all the time, they hadn't figured out that I was the trans person because I was basketball. So I remember sitting on the bench and these cisgender girls were talking about the trans person that lives in the dorm and how they hadn't met and da 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 da, they hadn't seen them and da 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 da. And I'm literally the person sitting right next to them, and they didn't know I was trans. But I also was in a situation where there was this girl who I even thought she was trans. So when they were hearing the rumor of a trans person, they thought it was her that they were talking about. But she was cisgender. She wasn't trans. But I looked at her and I thought she was trans. Because everything about her screamed trans. Like it was like, oh my God. Like she didn't have big hips. You know, not to go back to what I said about not falling into the stereotypical idea of femininity. She had broad shoulders. She had small hips. She was built like Gina from Martin. You know how Gina really ain't got no hips. It was not hip, like she kind of built like a boy. Broad shoulders, small hips, and she was super lean. So it wasn't like she was even soft. She was kind of like hard and toned a little bit because she was athletic in that kind of way. And her makeup was real wrong, like it was real ashy. And, you know, there's also a time when we didn't have a wide range of color makeup that kind of fit black women's color, especially if they were of a darker shade. And so her tone was kind of, the shade that she used to use in makeup was crazy. She also used to align her lips with that black shit and then put the little, you know, that little frost colored lip. This is when frost colored lipstick was popular at the time. Remember, this early 2000. This is the year 2000. So frost colored lips was popular, and she would line her lips, and it just gave me a trans woman that didn't know how to use her makeup. Like it to me.
It's so easy to get your own social avatar. Head to your profile, take a quick pic, and that's it. It's low-key addictive because you can change your outfit, your vibe, and
If I bet on her being trans, I would have lost, but I would have bet that she was trans. But she wasn't. This is the only thing that made me question what for sure, to make me not for sure that she was trans. She has.
Wait, what is this?
On campus, and how he treated her publicly let me know that that can't be a trans woman. He was too public with his love of her. They be kissing in the mouth. They be in public doing all kinds of stuff. That if she was trans, he would not be doing this. And I hadn't experienced no open relationship like that in young people. I just knew that it was not, you know, that can't be a trans woman. In my brain, I was like, no, he's treating her too respectfully. But I did think she was trans, that other people thought she was trans. But once they started putting my face with the name, then they started. It took about a month for them to be like, no, that's the one, that's the trans. Because they put me in the boys' dorm. So people started to try to point me out, and then it got spread that, oh, that's the trans girl, not her. But at one point, they thought it was her. I thought she was trans too. Yeah. Alrighty. Where we at? Okay. All right. Another thing that I want to talk about is another aspect of the obsession with whether or not people are trans or people are not is the detransition and the regret narrative frame that the right wing love to have. So mainstream news, like outlets, particularly right leaning, they love, and especially all the political commentaries on that side, they love to outsize and give tons of airtime to detransitioning stories, framing them as like this cautionary tale of look at what could happen with this mistake, and if it's a mistake, and especially when we talk about kids and when we talk about these are people they regret it. They love to give them more airtime than actually is commiserate to the reality of our situation. And so when we talk about the media sensationalization of the teeny percentage of people who choose to stop or alter their transition, even though they love to give that the limelight, but the reality that they're totally ignoring is that there is an overwhelming majority of trans people who choose to who are living their life peacefully after transitioning. They're living peaceful, mundane lives, happy. And so this obsession with the idea of this, ooh, you could be making a mistake. Wow.
Double down. Checkers and rallies, $3.49. Tops.
Double down.
The cheesy, toasty new sourdough double nuts with 2 beef patties and grilled onions, cheese double, or spicy chicken double, just $3.49 each. Go all in for less, only at Checkers and Rallies.
Hi, I'm Dr. Nira, here to interview John Cena, the new face of Neutrogena Ultra Sheer Sunscreen.
What's up? Let's do this.
But as you can see, he blinks.
I'm right here. Nice.
Anyway, Ultra Sheer gives you high SPF protection, and it has an invisible finish. You can't.
Oh, no, you didn't.
And us.
You need to get 2 ounces. Where's your credit card? Neutrogena Ultra Sheer Sunscreen.
It's not saying that it doesn't exist. I'm not saying that somebody didn't do a U-turn or wasn't influenced, But the number of people, first of all, our numbers in general in the human population, people say throw out 1%, but 1% includes trans men. So trans women particularly, is like 5%. We have in that. We're such a small part of community in regards to that, but also like 1% of that small community detransition. So giving them more limelight is an intentional gaslighting kind of situation. Most of us are living, if you leave us alone and don't discriminate against us and don't bring these systems into play against our happiness, we usually continue to live our lives and be good and be straight. Our transition actually helps us regulate all that bullshit and be great. you think transitioners were really trans? I think that they I think some are, and then some. This is what I think. I think that some are really trans, but they can't deal with the oppression that comes with being trans, so they back up. It's like, ooh, this is kind of hot. Let me back up. I would be comfortable if the systems weren't so harmful in my particular life. But I also think, so that's one sector of detransitioners, but I also think that certain people, they are trans because of circumstance, not because it's innately in them. I have seen and experienced trans people who I just so happen to be pretty as a girl, way more prettier as a girl than as a boy. And when I got up in drag for the first time, I got this particular. This is my story with she was my friend when I was younger. We kind of became enemies when I got older. My friend Strawbella. When she got older, we had deep conversations about when I was a butch queen in my younger years. I didn't get any attention. I was a dark-skinned, kind of ugly boy that was that the trade didn't live for, that the butch queens didn't live for. But as soon as I transitioned and I looked actually like a beautiful girl, trade started giving me attention. Butch queen started living and saying, "Yes, bitch, you are bitch." And da, da, da. She started getting this particular attention about her presentation, and she was like, that attention was fucking addictive. And so while I may not have, now that I'm older and I done got titties and I done got pumped and I've started living a life, I'm starting to regret it. I wish that I wouldn't have did this. And so I think she's one of the people that may not have been trans. Her environment said, ooh, this is how I could get attention. And so you see what I'm saying? I think that some people can be susceptible and they go down and they go down the road and then they say, man, this might not be for me. I think some people do it based on religion. Yeah. I think that Darren dude who just said, I think homosexuality is a sin and I'm not going to marry no man. I think it could be somebody like that who may turn around and go back to being straight, or I don't know. I do know that there's a nuance of fluidity in all of that. And so I think that there's some people where it's environmental and they influenced, and they join a house and they just so happen to look pretty, and then the house mother and father or house father wants to win trophies, and so since you're so pretty, we're gonna stunt you, get some money, and stunt you to get some implants, and stunt you to get your face work, and because we know you can win some trophies, and so yes, fish, tens across the board, Carter, and now you a girl and you really didn't want to be a girl. All because of your environment's influence. I think I think that could be possible, but I just don't think that is common enough for it to be this whole scary tale of the detransitioning mistake. I think that what my point is, they love to shine a light on that type of person, and I'm not saying that their story isn't powerful enough to tell, but know that I'm not stupid enough to know your game. I know that you are disproportionately high.
Kayak told me hotel prices just dropped. Now we can finally stop scrolling for travel hacks.
Hey, phones.
Hey, what's going on, brother?
We need some help.
I like it. The stories because of your transphobia, not because you want to tell the nuanced stories about trans people. It is because you are transphobe and you want to deter actual trans people for transitioning. Or you want to solidify the idea that this is just a phase, this is just a costume, that this is not our actual truth. It's not our actual truth. Does that make sense? Let me see what y'all say. I see the story on detransitioning people that aren't anti-trans, but the rights use them to bash the community. Exactly. And we have to be careful about the idea of neutrality. I think sometimes like that advice. I think sometimes they love to pedestal it as we're just being neutral and telling the story, but really the people behind it put money to this so that it can be anti-trans. They gave Vice the money to do this so that it can be out there for the right wing to eat up and post somewhere. Don't be fooled by the presented as neutral. I was born male and always wanted to transition since I saw Jimmy Jones and talk show. I wanted to be a girl before I even wanted to transition and knew it was possible to transition. I always wanted to be a woman from my young age. Yes, for the hate of transphobe, actually claim transgender lives and be happy. Being in the drag world, you see boys who make pretty girls go all the way with moans, silicones, and work, but we don't question that. Flame Monroe. There's a girl in Barbara on Feminine Destruction. She detransitioned and now has transitioned back. And then sometimes people transition to hustle. I think Shanice, Face Queen, I don't know how she is now, but I think Shanice recently was going through this whole detransition thing, but I think she was doing it to get right-wing church people to donate money so she can get that silicone fix out of her body. Because now she's back to being a girl, now that she got that silicone fix. So you just never know what motivates people to do these kind of things. Mostly trans, Flay Zeta, how do you say that? Flay Zeta. Mostly transitions are just trans people who relapse in their self-acceptance journey or making the choice to stop medical transition for safety. But they're the ones causing the trans women who transition are not happy for their hate and bashing trans women. Plus, non-binary folks who have gotten the change they wanted from HRT, so stopped, but are still trans. Flame Monroe is pretty to you. Is that the question? Is that a question? Are you asking me, is she pretty to me? Or is that a statement? Get them, girl, just to get her silicone face. Hallelujah. If the church people will donate to you just to get that. We done seen this with people pretending to be MAGA, selling hats, or just to get donations, just to hustle them. Just to hustle their hate. We done seen that happen before. But I think I have a video called The Journey of Detransition that I posted, I don't know, this probably like more than a decade ago. Flame Monroe looks like Vanessa's puppet. He's silly. I did an episode called something about the journey and detransition. Detransitioning is the journey. Some I can't remember exactly what the name of the video was, but I talked about one of the girls that detransitioned, one of the girls, the black girls, and she was going on this kind of this like anti-trans Christian. And the problem wasn't that you detransition. My problem is once you get off the boat, leave us the fuck alone. Like don't just because you made the mistake and your journey is oh I had this revelation. That don't mean all of our journey is like that, bitch.
Correct. Let's see if down the courtroom with. So, sir, you're not speaking on today and decided that you wanted one for whatever reason. No why? But, well, anybody on that side of the bar does not have a speaking role in any proceedings today. I said, when you draw shenanigans from the gallery, you're going to be removed. I started that in a second. All right, the record. Let's see if we down the courtroom with.
Transition for me. I didn't transition for attention. I didn't transition for niggas. I was getting niggas when I was a fucking boy. I didn't have to transition for men. I could get niggas as a boy. Straight niggas. I was very EJ about it. I was pulling straight niggas who identify as straight. You know, there's nuance to that conversation too. But getting men wasn't something that I had an issue with as a queer little queer little thing. Getting men who identify with me as straight, getting the masculine boys, that was not if that was my motivation, I didn't need to transition. So I never was in a situation where I was transitioning for a man. I was transitioning because of my sexuality. I wanted to be a girl before.
Each layer was applied by hand. This client paid $100,000 to get a
Dude, your kid is crying. What the fuck was that? I think you need to get a hold of him. Dude, your kid is crying. What the fuck was that? I think you need to get a hold of him. Dude, your kid is crying. What the fuck was that? I think you need to get a hold of him. Dude, your kid is crying.
Sometimes life just seems a little too real, you know?
fries all the electrics in the vicinity. They're keeping it in a Hydra jump chip, 40-year-old technology, but anything newer would rely on circuitry and get taken out by the pulse. Yeah, I know, an insurgent and an EMP are non-standard equipment for a raid like this. Based on Reshkovsky's in-depth knowledge of the facility, the schematics he provided, we've been able to draw up a plan with a high probability of success. Human factor discounted. The drawback is the shopping list, but you have it in your hands now, and you're running down the aisles and filling up our carts. Come on. You see it? The aircraft carrier. Prepare to board and make your way up to the flight deck. When you find the Hydra with the EMP on it, bring it back to the base. How do we know it's on the ship? The crew leaked an inventory on the dark net. Put everything up for sale, the bastards. If we don't get this equipment, it'll go into the hands of the terrorists. Not thieves. You ready to board? There are two ways into the hangar bay. One door in front of you and another up a flight of stairs. Make your way through the hangar and take some more stairs up to the flight deck. Put out a mayday signal and keep pushing and get to the jet. There's a supply room off the hangar bay if you need to stock up. The Hydra's at the far end of the flight deck. It has vertical takeoff and landing capabilities, so whoever's flying better know how to get airborne. One of you is flying the Hydra home, the rest making sure it gets there. Don't disappoint me.
Enemy has the Hydra. We need friendlies airborne.
Tank 6 inbound. We'll get your plane. Down those jets before they down you. I am not pulling the
jet goes back into the 4x4. We use the jet to make some money, destabilize an oil state, and we prep the insurgent to go back into the Merryweather fleet. Now, we're moving on to phase 2, and that means taking the insurgent, once it's fitted with the EMP, and getting it into humane labs, so we can turn the lights on. Hey! Careful with that thing! It also means getting a Valkyrie attack chopper from, well, this will teach you who to listen to, Merryweather Security at the Port of LS. Once we're done with that, we'll go back to your place, get started on that thing I know nothing about. Details are on your board. Your board at the apartment. Go!
Mission set.
most channels, so I'll let you know if there are any problems on the horizon. Get the chopper and get out. That's the order of the day. You can approach Merryweather's positions from the front or the back, on land or by sea, or from both directions. Full disclosure here, folks. This is Merryweather Security San Andreas Base. If you think they take other people's security seriously, you should see how they treat their own turf. Expect armed patrols, sniper units, and emergency response teams. Their best shot is moving fast and staying in front of them. The Valkyrie attack chopper's got 3 gun placements. Minigun positions on either side and a large caliber explosive round gun in the co-pilot's seat. So, one of you will fly it, the other 3 will shoot. That's on the off chance there's anything to shoot other than seagulls. You going to the front? Okay, remember, they know that warehouse better than you. They know the hiding spots. Watch your 6s, watch your 3s. Keep it 2 by 2. Over. Merryweather's channel's blowing up. I'll take that to mean you've made contact. Move on the chopper. One flying, the rest manning the guns. Chopper down easy. You don't want to mess this up now.
Okay, we got it from here.
You know what's happening. You want the move. You want the move.
Up and at 'em, Mum. Do you have a request, Mum? Naturally, Mum.
Naturally, Mum.
Okay, Mark. Ah.
Primarily addresses reopening the Strait of Hormuz and subsequently, or at the same time, lifting the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports, which is not the reason that the U.S. and Israel went to war in the first place. Because the Strait of Hormuz was open before they launched the war on February 28th of this year. It is only after the war was launched that Iran recognized that this control that it has declared over the Strait of Hormuz has plunged global economy into an energy crisis. Let's take a little listen to what the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio just had to say about this from New Delhi, the Indian capital.
So we have what I think is a pretty solid thing on the table in terms of their ability to open up the straits, get the straits open, enter into a very real, significant, time-limited negotiation on the nuclear matters. And hopefully we can pull it off. There's a lot of support in the Gulf. There's a lot of support from mostly every country that would walk through it. Understand it's very, not just very reasonable, but it's the right thing for the world to get done. As the president said, he's not in a hurry. He's not going to make a bad deal. But already the president is coming under fire from some Republican lawmakers, Iran hawks, who are worried that this is going to be potentially a bad deal, since it is essentially kicking the can down the road possibly 2 months for really trying to get any resolution about Iran's nuclear program, which again, that was the casus belli. That's why Israel and the U.S. first began this war at the end of February.
Okay, Ivan, thank you so much. That is our appreciate it. I'm sure this will be again. Growing uncertainty over the Iran war is dividing lawmakers across the world. Republican Senator Tom Tillis spoke with CNN earlier, saying he believes President Trump's possible deal with Iran doesn't make sense.
There are a lot of things that need to be explained, and as I've said before, any agreement with Iran that isn't subject to ratification by Congress is going, I think, going to be doomed to fail, just like the agreement we're trying to replace.
His comments come after House Republican leaders suddenly cancelled last week's vote to limit President Trump's war powers in Iran. At the time, Republicans appeared to be on the verge of losing the vote. Russia's deadly strikes on Kyiv this weekend are leaving physical and psychological scars. At least 4 people were killed in the onslaught. That's after Moscow fired hundreds of drones and missiles towards the Ukrainian capital earlier on Sunday morning. One of them, a new hypersonic ballistic missile. The erratic speed and trajectory make it nearly impossible for Ukraine's air defense systems to stop. It's only the third time that Russia has used the weapon in its war. The scale of the attack left residents shaken.
I was so scared. Honestly, I thought it was my last day.
What was fun? It was terrifying and very loud. First around 2 or 2:30 in the morning, I heard 5 explosions. Then around 4 in the morning, there were 2 more explosions. That's when people started running. They were wounded.
Ukraine's president visited a heavily damaged neighborhood in Kyiv on Sunday. He condemned Russia's attack and its use of the Russian missile, saying, quote, "It's vital that this doesn't go unpunished." It's all right. The Democratic Republic of Congo is intensifying health screenings amid the worsening Ebola crisis still ahead. Their emphasis on international support aimed at boosting local response efforts.
You know, there's this thing called
That is messed up.
If you're over 50, imagine you can turn back the clock on your stiff, achy joints by years. Introducing Instant Flex Advance.
I'm sure that sore joints hold me. So I use Instant Flex Advance. It's restored my joints without this temporarily nasty symptoms. When you can find a product that can get away to the point that live your life,
With Instant Flex Advance, just by texting BLAZE to 369-369. Instant Flex Advance covers the root cause of joint stiffness with a unique combination of 5 key natural ingredients that can nowhere else. It's backed by 5 clinical studies.
I deliver mail, walking 2 to 3 miles a day, up and down hills, stairs. It was killing my knee. I found out about these reflected on television, so I tried it. Within 5 days, my knees felt better. I had trouble with my and Instaflex has turned back to fly a full decade for me.
Instaflex Advance is the #1 selling joint-branded GNC, which you can only get your complimentary sample by texting BLAZE to 369-369. Plus, text now, and we'll include a tube of insulin.
What you doing?
Absolutely free.
My knees feel better, my elbows feel better, my shoulders feel better. You can't beat that. I got that spring right back in my step again. I would recommend this product to anyone with joint discomfort in your knees. It will change your life. It did for me.
Instant Flex Advance is so powerful, I had better knees in just 1 week. You gotta try it.
Instaflex Advance is the #1 selling joint-branded GNC, which you can only get your complimentary sample by texting BLAZE to 369-369. Plus, text now, and we'll include a 200 stars pain cream for fast-acting relief of pain of arthritis, backaches, and sore muscles, absolutely free.
I got this mountain bike for only $11.
Fielddash.com. Online auction since 2009.
I got this 3 suitcases, less than $40.
I got these Bluetooth headphones for $20 at Fielddash.com.
If you're not using Fielddash.com, you don't know what this is.
Fielddash.com. Enjoy thousands of daily auctions. Believe it or not, someone got a brand new Nintendo Switch for only $18 on Fielddash.com. Here's how. Every auction starts at $0 with no reserve. Each bid raises the price by just 1 cent and resets a 9-second countdown. To join our auction, you'll need bid credit, which you buy before joining the auction. The winner of the Nintendo Switch bid against 27 other bidders. And with a bid of $11.34, they were the highest bidder when the timer hit 0 and won the auction. The winner had placed a total of 31 bids in the auction, using 31 bid credit. Including the cost of the bid credit and our free shipping, the final price was only $18. What would you pay for an iPad Pro? I only paid $42 on Fielddash.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56.
I got this barbecue smoker for $26. If you want to find great deals and great items, go to Fielddash.com.
That's Fielddash.com. Get started today and join AID. This brand new PlayStation 5 students could be them. And their iPhone sold for less than $42 on Fielddash.com. And you get a 90-day money-back guarantee.
I got San Marino Red under Ford Sport over Fielddash.com. And shopping at Fielddash.com, shipping is always free.
Go to Fielddash.com right now and see how much you can save.
And so I said, you're off the phone right now. So what are you waiting for? Boost your confidence inside and out. Lenovo offers personalized home care. The way someone feels strong, balanced, and like themselves again in every part of your life. Find personalized hormone care with Lenovo.
Emergency crews are racing to stabilize the dangerous overheating of chemical tank in the aerospace facility in Southern California. You are seeing some live pictures of that there. About 50,000 residents of the surrounding area are under evacuation orders due to risk of exposure to the toxic and highly flammable chemical that is held in that tank that you are seeing. Evacuees at the nearby shelter shared their ongoing anxiety from moving projects.
I feel really stressed out because I'm not sure what the future has to tell for us. I don't know what it's going to be, how long we're going to have to be displaced, where we're going to be, if we're going to have enough money to be able to provide for our kids and our family.
I was really concerned because both my husband is physically disabled, my daughter's mentally disabled, and they have breathing issues, and I didn't want them to be around that chemical because they weren't really telling us a whole lot.
On Sunday, officials said a possible crack in the unstable tank may be relieving some of the pressure inside, but there's still a risk of a catastrophic explosion. The World Health Organization is teaming up with the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to coordinate a continental response to the deadly Ebola crisis. The announcement comes as the WHO Executive Board is set to host meetings in Geneva, Switzerland on Monday and Tuesday. The organization's Director General estimates there are now more than 900 suspected Ebola cases in Central Africa. Regional conflict is also displacing thousands of people, fueling concerns over potential cross-border transmission. Over the weekend, the Democratic Republic of Congo tightened health screening checkpoints around Bunia, that is a city reportedly at the center of the outbreak. Okay, Pope Leo will be delivering his first encyclical letter as pontiff in the coming hours. Why he's chosen to focus on the rise of artificial intelligence. That is just ahead in a moment.
After 50, stiff joints and achy muscles, they could slow you down. Not me. I'm living the complete life. I want to play pickleball and play with my grandkids. That's why I take new Instaflex Complete. It helps restore my joints and muscles without just temporarily masking my symptoms and without side effects.
Get a complimentary sample just by texting PACE to 42424. All new Instaflex Complete targets 5 root causes of joint and muscle discomfort and boosts recovery with a unique combination of patented key ingredients found nowhere else. 100% drug-free key ingredients backed by 7 clinical studies.
I love new Instaflex Complete, and I'm telling you, it really works.
Text PACE to 42424 to get your complimentary sample of new Instaflex Complete. Plus, text now. It will include a tube of Instaflex Duty Cream for fast-acting relief from the pain of arthritis, backaches, and sore muscles, absolutely free.
Discover the land of the rising sun, from the vibrant streets of Tokyo to the enchanting landscapes. Come explore Japan with CNN. Travelers plunge the Brazil and experience the best of this rich nation. A desire to create timeless beauty everywhere. An epic adventure to Japan's remote corners.
CNN, nominated for 32 News and Documentary Emmy Awards, celebrating outstanding journalism, breaking news, and in-depth investigation. This is CNN.
We've always started in the same place, real people and real impact. We are CNN International's brand studio. connections at the hall.
What do you do?
The storage room. Inspired by people.
Oh, I thought you said
20 years, the world's most respected brand.
trusted us to tell their story.
Informing, inspiring, creating connection. What's the biggest misconception about you? It's not the silver spoon. Two wrongs don't make a right. What's your strategy for anything the county could have done better? Of course. When does a politician ever say, well, I didn't need money? This is where the ship that's going to get the astronauts is actually based. Is this the first cruise missile that was 3D printed? How would you coach against OKC? Top secret. You know the people who know. It's fantastic to be here with you. This story is with Alex Michaels. Weekdays on CNN.
This is Donna. Discovering the unvinted, her closet can make her extra cash. All she has to do is sell what she no longer wears. She just snaps, lists, and sells for $3 pieces. And with zero selling fees, she keeps every dollar she earns. Don't wear it? Sell it. Download Vinted.
What is the dumbest thing you've ever wasted money on?
I would pay for 2 subscriptions over like 3 years.
That's like... How'd you figure that out? What'd you do? Just like go and cancel or... What is that called?
Rocket Money. Apparently I would have to take part in it.
Steve, what's up, man?
Welcome back to CNN Newsroom. I'm Ben Hunter in Atlanta. In the coming hours, Pope Leo will present his first encyclical letter as pontiff, entitled
God, cut it out.
Magnificent Humanity. Vatican sources say it will address the protection of human dignity in the era of artificial intelligence. The letter is expected to focus on the impacts of AI on warfare, workers' rights, and the ethical risks of the growing technology. Pope Leo is expected to break from tradition and present the letter himself on Monday from the Vatican. Let's discuss with Paula Perota, Professor of Law at the University of Notre Dame and Faculty Fellow at Notre Dame's Religious Liberty Initiative. Thanks so much for being with me, sir. I appreciate it. You have called this a defining document for our era. That is a massive statement. What makes this more than simply another Vatican document about technology?
Part of it is the context in which it appears. We're living in a time of incredible transformation, incredible confusion, and really a moral vacuum, I think, on the global stage. So Pope Leo is stepping into a time of desperate need to hear coherent, comprehensive moral voices calling us to build something that is actually going to serve human beings rather than just diminish them.
Got a bit of a problem.
Or degrade
Some
them.
asshole got wind of what we
A
were
lot
up
of
to.
people
Apparently killing a
may
guy's
hear
closest
Pope
associate puts a bit of a spotlight
intelligence
on him.
together and assume that this is a
Anyway,
warning
now I'm
against
told they
technology
put a price
itself.
on the
But that's
professor's
not
head,
really
so
what
we
the
gotta move.
document is saying.
Now, is
So
it clear?
what do you
Can we
think
get
is the
going?
core
All right.
message here?
And remember, the professor's paying you, not
No,
me.
that's really one
Not
of the most
me
remarkable
at
things
all.
about it, I
So
think,
keep 'em
is
alive.
that on the one
Based
hand,
on this
I
inmate
think
transfer
the
schedule,
document shows
Bolingbroke are
itself to
expecting
be
a new arrival.
very
One
realistic
of you is
and
going to
clear-eyed
intercept
about
the
the dangers
transport
that
and
we're
make sure he
facing
doesn't get
in
there.
this
2 of
moment
you are
where
going to be
artificial
taking our
intelligence is
prison bus and making your
transforming
way into the facility in
labor,
its place.
democracy,
You'll be playing
politics,
inmate
and
guard.
order.
Stay
It's
in
the
character as long as
development
it's
and education
useful.
of our children
Then
and
make
so
your way to
forth.
the rooftops. I'll
So
get on the
there are
radio and
warnings
give you a
against all
path
of
to the
those
proms.
things. But at the
Meanwhile,
same
the
time,
pilot
right
will
from
have
the
picked up the
start,
plane
the
and be
Pope
waiting on
emphasizes
evac in the
that
air.
the
Whoever
genius
stole
of
the bus will be
technology is
bypassing
rooted
the
in
prison
creativity and
and
always has
torching
been
it
as well,
somewhere discreet.
and can really
After that,
serve
it's
the
just a
common
matter of
good
getting
and
your
suit
guy out of
people's
the clink
development
and
and
getting him
flourishing.
onto the plane.
So he's
Everyone
really
flies
trying
out of there
to
except for
draw
the
a
bus
narrow
thief.
path
Professor
between
Reshkovsky takes control of the
pessimism
plane. The 3 of
and
you
a
on
naive
board
kind of
take a jump.
utopian
The
approach to
professor's out of
technology. He's
U.S.
basically
airspace
saying,
and
look,
reunited
the
with his
technology
precious
itself
car.
isn't the issue, it isn't
Simple.
the problem.
Should be the easiest money you'll
The
ever make.
question really
Speak soon.
is, are there ways that we can develop and deploy the technology that helps individuals
and communities to be more humane, to be more just, to be more participatory? Or is it going to be a technology that is going to foster exclusion and social control and increase inequality? So if it's going to be the former, which is what we all want, then we have to develop a technology that's going to preserve our humanity by not reducing human beings just to data points and cogs in a machine. That's what he's calling for.
One of the biggest themes here is power, and specifically who develops these systems and who controls them. Why does Foglia see that as such an important issue?
Well, without placing the value of human beings at the center, as I mentioned a moment ago, he notes that everything then gets reduced to a culture of power, and that in turn will result in violence and exploitation. The technology itself, he emphasizes, is never just neutral. It is conditioned by who is deploying it, by who's creating it, for better and for worse. And so he really calls for a concern about the concentration of power and monopolies in private sector, and for a dispersion of a participatory approach, really, to the question of design and governance of the technology on a global scale. So the technologies need to be subject to genuine social participation in a pluralistic way on a global scale, with real oversight and accountability for those who are using it and those who are creating it.
I don't want to be too negative though, because there is a hopeful message within this. So what does Foglia believe that people can still do to shape the future of AI rather than just react to it and get on with it?
Yeah, he really is a hopeful, presenting a hopeful message. I agree with that. Primarily, it's one that says, look, humanity is capable of moral progress. But to make moral progress collectively, we have to assume and reclaim our agency in the face of these challenges. We can only do that, first of all, if we take very seriously the gravity of the question that's in front of us. What kind of a world are we building? Is it one of technological power and exploitation and enslavement? Or is it a world of cooperation and mutual care for one another? He calls it a civilization of love. In order to build a world, it's essential blueprints of politics or policy so much as a call to genuine cooperation as constructing staying together. And by together means appealing to everybody from technologists and policy experts to civilians and civil society, every single individual has left a personal responsibility over how each one of us relates to the concept of technology and information. This is that kind of cooperation, he says, there is also that there is the possibility for humanity to develop technology in ways that will really help us further than serve as the secondary harness and weaknesses.
That makes sense to me. I think we want a civilization of love. That sounds very good. But now, anything else? I like the words. I do appreciate that. Thank you.
This is almost my favorite part of the process.
So we're going to Colombia will go to the first round of its presidential election. And now, three frontrunners, including left-wing candidate Evans Ava, who faces conservative candidates Paloma Valencia and Abelardo de la Espriella.
It's a collector's item. Real nostalgic appeal. I just hope it gets used where it was built for, you know. That's out there bombing orphanages instead of sitting in Baltimore appreciating value. My address never questioned human rights record ID. So here's hoping he's not just rolling out for air shows.
We are going to be proven corrupt and negligence. Proven there is simply perpetuate the tyranny already part of our power. We will take it to the homeland. So when we need to remember it well.
The humiliation of poor and indigenous peoples, the persecution of young people and homosexuals, the contempt for women and their rights, and violence for everyday purposes in
Savannah has pledged to deepen social reforms, see peaceful and legal harm. together, SBA have started to end those negotiations and take a tough stance to return. And Valencia obviously expand the size of the forces and to launch offensive threats. K-pop is going to be following many thousands of kilometers away from South Korea. We have a special report for you from Mexico City, where you can see a head of chaos in the
including the cost of the bid credit and not free shipping. The final price was only $18. Well, you pay for an
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue stove for $26.
You should think of this as a dress rehearsal. You're getting a feel for the props. The stage will be set. You're working with the other actors. Boy, is this the kind of dress rehearsal where if you screw up, you die. Hey, man, whose name we don't know. If we're breaking into the lab now, what do we just go for the target? Because you'll die. I know Merriweather will kill you. I will kill you for shitting on my carefully constructed plan.
To get your complimentary set with new is the flex complete. Text now and you will the two next ready for fast acting relief from the pain of arthritis, backaches, and sore muscles absolutely free. Just by texting man. Talk 525.
Complete have expired root causes of joint and muscle discomfort and restore recovery with a unique combination of patented key ingredients found nowhere else. 100% drug-free key ingredients backed by 7 clinical studies. It helps restore your joints and muscles without just temporarily masking symptoms and without symptoms. New Instant Flex Complete is so powerful, I had enemies in just 1 week. You forgot to prepare.
Text command to 215-215 to get your complimentary set with new is the Flex Complete. Plus text now and get a tube of instant first aid ready for fast acting relief from the pain of arthritis, backaches, and sore muscles absolutely free.
You're approaching the target. Pull up outside and we'll talk logistics. We've hacked in and put the CCTV on loop. It won't be stable for long, so you'll have to move quick. Let me show you. I'm sending you the live feed. I've transferred control
This
Over to you.
is
We don't have very long, so scan the area quick and make sure you know where the guards are.
But the shape of phenomenon BTS are eagerly anticipating their performance. This hour from now of the night music ahead of the show of La 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 visitors a K-pop dance class in Mexico. The music is sweeping.
This is the South-Korea's biggest cultural community, which has become a huge province, still living as Mexico. It is hard to gain a glass of the country's biggest sleep-out Main Street, where everybody was moving to the people to us. You can experience the all business space about the street.
The more damage the EMP does, the longer the lights will be out, and the higher our chances of a successful mission. You only need to take out the guards in your way. Alright, good luck. Get to work. You're doing well. Keep it up.
The students left 54-year-old Siemens and started to investigate.
Only the guys between the gate and the garage are mission critical, but I like your thinking.
There's a new place. The girls who do it,
Concentration is key, people.
so they synthesize the data and messages. Next, there's an obscure truth. The little circles and sense of belonging.
Get familiar with your surroundings. You'll be back here soon. You'll need to hack the security panel to get the insurgent into the bay. Work on it.
Two students here are between 10 and 20 years old, with age quickly becomes secondary once the music starts. And here in Mexico, hip-hop has come ahead. Earlier this month, more than 50,000 crowds flocked to Mexico City Square to see the global sensation BTS. The excitement even reached Mexico Central Office, where President Vidya welcomed members and invited them back to 2027 after the new sold-out concerts.
There's a Merryweather team inbound. They have no reason to suspect you. Do not engage. Okay, Rita, we just lost connection. There's some live images on the security feed.
That a single nearly 2,000 kilometers away can count on fans singing along on the other side of the world. Leon, CNN, Mexico City.
It all tied up at 2 games apiece in San Antonio after the Spurs dropped game 4 of their NBA playoffs, lost them against Falcons. The Spurs took an early lead over the Oklahoma City Thunder and never looked back, cruising past the defending champs on Sunday to win 103-82. San Antonio has their 7'4" star, Victor Wembanyama, to thank. He scored 33 points, including this unbelievable half-court bucket to close out the second quarter. The best of 7 series now returns to Oklahoma City for Game 5 on Tuesday. A unique tradition that marked the climax of Hong Kong's annual Chung Chao Bun Festival. 12 people scrambled up the tower, 14 meters or nearly 50 feet tall, to grab as many buns as possible. The climbers had a 3-minute limit. They received points based on how high they snatched the buns. According to tradition, getting a bun from the top of the tower brings luck to their family. And at the end, a bun king and bun queen are chosen.
Winning the championship for the 11th time feels pretty special. I was feeling a bit tired at the start, maybe because I had been waiting for so long, and I made a small mistake early on. Luckily, I was able to recover and catch up, securing enough 9-point bonus to win.
That is all I've got for you. Thank you so much for joining us in Atlanta. World Sport is next, but stay tuned for so much more news. It's CNN Newsroom at the top of this hour. We'll be close to church and safety. So I'll see you next week. Thanks so much.
we live in an unpredictable environment.
I'm not certain some of what we're saying today.
News races around the world at breakneck speed.
You're talking about old-fashioned imperialism.
Thank you so much for talking to us so frankly from a nation under war.
My show brings you the latest news and top newsmakers.
Any port, in any port, I think is good.
What is the situation now for you? People are eager for connection. People are eager for empathy.
We also dive below the headlines.
My generation, generations after you, have to embrace the spirit of those who came before us. People are completely polarized. We cannot go there unless we do it all together.
It's crucial we make sense of what's happening and fully understand what's at stake.
And so we, as women, were like, you don't need to treat us any differently. We're tough.
Weekends on CNN.
Don't be fooled. These are new toys. They're called quadcopters. Hybrid robots that can jump, fly, and even
It's also safe. Yeah.
combining drone technology and a leg spring-loaded with rubber bands. The quadcopter is designed for energy efficiency, meaning it can last longer in the field than regular flying bots, says PhD student Lisa.
The robots of course the energy being planned and related attainment the top. So the energy is manufactured in this robot.
Very impressive. It's the result of years of work by this team from the City University of California. The remote control robot is designed to carry 10 times its weight and go where humans can't.
These are offered to carry multiple sensors such as LiDAR, thermal panel, gas sensor to do the inspection in the factory or in the well to store the unknown substance.
Its movements on slide like small animals. I'm Valeria in Mexico City, and this is CNN.
Well, you all look good. How do I look? Do I look like a model? Like I work at Pecker Woods? Like a regular dreamboat? Whatever. We all love banks, especially the big ones that take big risks, because they just know that if they went under, we'd all be dead. Too big to fail? Great idea. Let's put it to the test. Hmm? Well, this is a little something I came up with. I like to call it bank robbing with a social agenda, if you will. It's something I tell myself so I can...
Hey, I haven't seen you at the Epsilon training. You okay? Good morning, Mum. May I help you, Mum?
wherever you are in the world, you are now in the CNN newsroom with me, Ben Hunt in Atlanta, and it is so good to have you with me. Coming up on the show, US and Iranian officials signaled progress towards a deal to end the war. But what seemed imminent just a day ago may now take a little while. We'll have the latest in a live report for you. Plus, how an agreement to end that conflict could affect the fragile truce in Lebanon. And Pope Leo takes on artificial intelligence, what we can expect from his so-called magnificent humanity letter.
This is CNN Newsroom with Ben Hunt.
Welcome. Let's begin with the war with Iran. Officials from Tehran and Washington are now signaling they are closing in on an agreement to turn the current ceasefire into a long-lasting resolution to the conflict. Both sides are talking of a memorandum of understanding that will address all outstanding issues, but what's actually in that framework still remains very unclear. A senior U.S. official tells CNN that the blockade of Iranian ports in the Strait of Hormuz will loosen proportionately in response to Iran adhering to the proposed deal. President Donald Trump is already saying, quote, if I made the deal with Iran, it would be a good
So this guy's meeting you off the Western Highway just before Polito Bay. He had any friends who totally overreact when you say something. Well, my friend Avi is kind of like that. A few years ago, I told him there was a slight change of plans. So, it would appear that some of Avi's paranoia might have been somewhat justified. Our call got picked up as he came after him and he ran. Now he's holed up in some small island off the coast, surrounded by about 20 government agents. As much as I'd love to hang him out to dry, he's our only shot at this. Well, it's kind of our fault, so I'm sending you to a place on Innocent Road. Pick up some sea sharks and get out to the island.
It's really difficult to be very optimistic at this point. I think it's slowly exploring some serious work.
Some serious and some optimism. Do you think it's the strongest signal we get that this conflict may actually be over?
It is my prediction that some resolution that the war was such a success. He has found out that he was deceived by Prime Minister Netanyahu, who claimed that the war would be extremely easy, it would be very short. President Trump in Washington would be able to work very fast, which he feel like that is also on the Iranian regime also needs to in order to do that. So, there is also the element of interconnections. These quarters the question is, which party is going to blame first?
Well, CNN Jeremy Diamond is in Tel Aviv with Israel's reaction to where things stand in the U.S. statement.
So it was only a few days ago that the Israeli Prime Minister was on the phone with President Trump telling him that he thought it was a mistake to call off planned strikes against Iran. The Israeli Prime Minister was advocating on the phone for the return of all out war against Iran. But now President Trump indicating that as he with Iran in the negotiations, and the Israeli Prime Minister got back on the phone with President Trump on Saturday evening. But this time, the Israeli Prime Minister understood where things were headed, and now in a proposed on social media, the Israeli Prime Minister has been anything of the daylight of Italy West Press. This is the most of the Israeli Prime Minister posted. And he said, and President Trump said to me, that quote, final agreement with Iran must open the Western nuclear engagement. He also said that given to President Trump's policies for military peace, that quote, Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. This seems the most interesting part of this quote. He says that President Trump will reaffirm Israel's right to defend itself against threats on every front, including Lebanon. And that is very notable because this point is one step and this is nuclear, meaning that the Iran how to start speaking.
In terms of the temperature that helps the deal between the United States and Iran still being worked out. President Donald Trump is now saying that he's not in a rush to country to leave China. I want to quote one of the reports from Sunday where he said, quote, the negotiations are proceeding orderly and constructive manner, informed by representatives
Are we clear? Get the hermit out of...
The blockade will remain in full force reached certified
Never should have
both
stuck my head out.
must
It was cool. Don't answer the phone to Lester Crest. All right. Let's go.
In recent days, he once again reiterated the goal here for the administration. Take a look.
What is the goal? The goal, the ultimate goal that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon.
Let's get out of here.
Iran can never possess a nuclear weapon. The president's been clear about that. They will not possess a nuclear weapon. So not as long as the United States.
As the administration officials working with the framework agreement with the United States and Iran 60 more days to come to a final deal that would immediately make sure that Iran cannot possess a nuclear weapon. It is really have this type of agreement. Now, that's not how it is, but we are now moving on the United States. When it comes to the extent of the news, it says that it would and then open for business. They did not
I said there was a small window? Well, that window is closing. If you don't get armored page through the transponders and the log, and all this will be for nothing. Mr. Crest, you asshole! I know his secrets hiding where the bodies are buried.
The mainstream about the Muslim from so it appears to me the main thing like what do you learn about what to do about victim?
Well, with the caveat that this isn't the first time that it looks like the sides might come to an agreement and then Smith when Smith being with Charlie Brown, the football gets ripped away, we're back to threats and everything. But for now, what it looks like we're hearing about is this memorandum of understanding. We have some reporting from the Iranian state media suggesting that there are a couple of clauses that still remain to be unresolved. We've got U.S. officials saying that they're still waiting for some of the wording that the U.S. witnesses proposed to come back from Tehran for agreement from that side. But for now, it looks like the main thrust of it at phase one is just to get the Strait of Hormuz straight open. And I must stress that before the U.S. and Israel launched their war on Iran on February 28th of this year, that strait was wide open. There was more than 100 ships a day steaming through that in both directions. Since then, Iran has shut it, and it is, in its words, allowing a trickle of ships to go through and it's spreading authority forward. So what form of reopening might take, we still don't know until this possible deal is published. And then it just brings to remember, the next stage of nuclear talks, that kind of kicked back the can gets kicked down the road for another 30, 60 days, and there's some big blind spots there or areas of disagreement.
And that was the initial reason for the U.S. and Israel, the stated reason for why they launched the war in the first place. They wanted to get rid, they said, of Iran's nuclear program, but instead it looks like the negotiations are focusing on the Strait of Hormuz right now. President Trump signaling he is not in a rush. He doesn't want to look desperate or thirsty for the deal. And you know, take a listen to some of the messages coming out of Tehran from the spokesperson for Iran's new supreme leader, who hasn't been seen since his father was killed in this in the war.
About negotiation, the Islamic Republic is the least costly path before you. The Islamic Republic telling that if you continue the war, you will make the American people miserable and the American economy miserable. Iran is here for a fair negotiation with you. You, the Republicans, should know that our supreme leader and your commanders, that we are still talking to you, you should consider a valuable opportunity for resolve.
Iran making no secret about the fact that they know that the longer this war goes on, the more pressure it puts on American voters, on the American economy, and they say it again and again and again. Iran is also on the fact suffered a devastating bombing campaign. Its ports are blockaded, and already its economy was in dire straits before the war started. But as the authoritarian country, the war period, over the internet, became shut down the Senate, whereas President Trump, while claiming he is not in a rush for a deal, is facing the deadline of midterm elections and trying to hold on to levers of power in the U.S. elected government. And also with the fact that this war did not go according to plan. The Iranian regime survived. So let's watch where the Republic can go to protect these wars over the next couple of days. So, went through that we building them U.S. food prices, but what somewhere maybe before we see them to the maybe was expected to have $10 about it for the next year if the sector is American on the area. Officials say if the only California, maybe removing some of the pressure in some states if they're still exclusive. About 15,000 residents live in surrounding areas that evacuation orders due to risk of exposure to the toxic major respiratory issues as well as dizziness and fever, the easily effective breathing efforts for panic
I take pro-Q and trash issues over IA mind-control drugs any day I would.
Thank you for having me.
What is the latest on in the toxic chemical? Is it releasing pressure and reducing the risk of a catastrophic explosion, or is it
Are you a cop?
I'm not a cop. I'm helping Lester. Have you done it?
What?
Has he
So
done
that
it?
is the question, and last night, we did a really good
I don't have the civic standard frequency here. I don't have my tools.
Isn't that convenient?
So
I've got
currently,
some
as we're
tools.
speaking right
Come
now,
on.
we are
Let's throw me back at your place.
operation
And don't worry, the
throughout the night.
transponder will be ready for the
Again,
job.
with the goal is the following, and this is what's important. We are doing our operation tonight to confirm that the pressure has been released and the levy threat is eliminated. So that is our goal tonight, because that is a catastrophic worst-case scenario that we've all been talking about, that occurrence of the levy. But I want to be fair to everybody, we're not there yet. So we still got to go through this operation tonight. We have to vet it in the morning and reassure that that cylinder, that tank is not pressurized. So that's really what we're doing right now in this operation that we do tonight. And by tomorrow morning, Pacific Standard Time, that's where we're going to have, hopefully, a very good update for everybody. But right now, crews are engaged, trying to confirm
That tank is not pressurized. That's our priority right now.
Right, and I know, of course, this crack gives you a glimmer of hope, as you said. We don't know for sure yet. But how does the discovery of the crack change your strategy as your team tries to take it through?
Sure. So what we're looking for is that crack. We saw the crack. It got through a drone. And last night, we were able to prove it and also visualize it. So what we're looking for is that crack goes all the way through. What that crack needs to tell us is, has the pressure been released? So you might have a crack, but there might be a tunnel cylinder. If that crack's not full thickness, then that pressure is still in there, and that's why we got to do another operation to make sure that, yes, there is a crack, but that crack is all the way through and the pressure's been released. If we didn't see that crack yesterday, or we had a fail to confirm it yesterday, then we wouldn't even having the successful mission last night. So now it's all about confirming that the pressure's been released through the crack.
And of course, this contains toxic MMA chemicals that are at risk of leaking into the air. When will the air be tested definitively to know if this is or is not happening, and what threat is posed to the public life?
So from the get-go, we've been doing continuous air monitoring, and we have not had any limit with outside the normal limit. So we're continuously monitoring the air, and those are all coming back within normal limits. So right now, we do not have a leak. There is absolutely no leak right now. Initial when the incident happened, it did off gas through the release valve like it was supposed to do. But right now, there is no leak. We just have crack on the top. We evaluate it, edit it, and now we just have to make sure that that crack went all the way through for the release. So right now, there is no danger, there is no leak as far as a leak. There is no danger leak right now in the state of things.
And those toxic MMA chemicals can cause major respiratory issues, dizziness, nausea, and other serious problems. We know that 50,000 people are under evacuation orders. Are they all now out of the affected area?
Yes, so our evacuation zone is very large. And why we made that is we took a blast radius based off all the data and the intel we have. Basically, they have the size of the tank. We did projections of how far the blast radius would be, and those are our evacuation zones. So, talking about that, if we can confirm that the pressure is relieved, that's going to eliminate the bloody threat. When the bloody threat's relieved, then our evacuation zones can shrink. And that's really what we're looking for, to confirm that it's been released, and we can start shrinking those evacuation zones. And that's kind of the step that we're really looking forward to. Get those people back, who are on the outskirts of those evacuation zones.
And Chief, does this put the spotlight on the need for potentially dangerous chemical plants like this to be located further away from residential areas going forward?
With that, it's all about compliance. If these companies are compliant and routine inspection and all their paperwork and records are up to par, and they do all the safety checks, they can operate. But if they're not in compliance and we don't know if the company is out of compliance, there's no indication that they are, things like this happen. And also accidents happen. It appears that the cooling system malfunctioned on this to cause the alarm for a chemical spill a couple days ago to generate this incident.
Chief T.J. McGovern, thank you so much for talking with us, particularly right in the middle of this emergency for you. Many thanks.
Thank you very much.
A showdown in Texas. Senator John Cornyn is trying to fend off a challenge from State Attorney General Ben Paxton. How President Trump's endorsement is impacting the race. Back with Adam Moore in just a moment.
I already asked me, and I have a bucket list, and I'm doing it. My secret?
If you're over 50, imagine you could turn back the clock on your aching joints and muscles and recover faster than you have in years.
It helps restore my joints and muscles without just temporarily masking my symptoms and without side effects.
Get a complimentary sample just by texting MEN to 215215.
All new Instaflex Complete targets 5 root causes of joint and muscle discomfort and boosts recovery with a unique combination of patented key ingredients found nowhere else. 100% drug-free key ingredients backed by 7 clinical studies. I love new Instaflex Complete. I'm telling you, it really works. Let go again.
Text MEN to 215215 to get your complimentary sample of new Instaflex Complete. Plus, text now. It will include a tube of Instaflex pain cream for fast-acting relief from the pain of arthritis, backaches, and sore muscles, absolutely free.
After 15 stiff joints and sore muscles, not slowing me down. I love performing, but I also love pickleball and motorcycling and ziplining and playing with my grandkids. My secret, new Instaflex Complete.
Get a complimentary sample just by texting MEN to 215215.
All new Instaflex Complete targets 5 root causes of joint and muscle discomfort and boosts recovery with a unique combination of patented key ingredients found nowhere else. 100% drug-free key ingredients backed by 7 clinical studies. They help restore my joints and muscles without just temporarily masking my symptoms and without side effects. New Instaflex Complete is so powerful, I had better knees in just 1 week. You've got to try it.
Text MEN to 215215 to get your complimentary sample of new Instaflex Complete. Plus, text now. It will include a tube of Instaflex pain cream for fast-acting relief from the pain of arthritis, backaches, and sore muscles, absolutely free.
In a divided America, where do I fit? It's me, ask about Abby Phillip brings all sides to the table. Can you name one thing you do with
But the policy is so right, folks. I classes and sessions.
to talk about the issues?
Congresswoman, right is or false? The answer is 0.
The policies. What does the Democratic Party about? Can you answer that question? And the biggest debates to wrap up your day.
I get what you're saying, Trump believes in, but do you think it's going to be it?
News Night with Abby Phillip, weeknights on CNN.
If you can keep your head when markets all around you are losing and you can't see a way through, if you can trade and not make money your master, meeting triumph and disaster in equal measure, if you can run with the balls and not be afraid of the bears, for when we come together, we will make sense of it all. And what is more, my friend, you will be profitable, for you are indeed watching Crestlin's business.
CNN, nominated for 32 News and Documentary Emmy Awards, celebrating outstanding journalism, breaking news, and in-depth investigations. This is CNN.
It is a busy weekday all around the world.
This is One World.
The world's power rise between the world's biggest players.
Stories that captivate into unique perspectives. Zaina Shen and Bianca Colatiga use their extensive experience to cover global news with passion and intellect.
What specifically is the state of the radio is talking about? What is the debate that
Okay, they're expecting these chips today, so get over there in the group sex van. Unless you're total idiots, you'll walk in without any problems. Seeing you dressed up like that makes me feel all fuzzy. It's like your kids putting on their uniforms for their first day at school. Only I don't have kids. Just some pretty basic AI experiments that swear at me in Russia and want to destroy the world. You know, we all love it our own ways. What about this thing? Okay, you're there. Drive in past the garage entrance and follow the road to the racetrack. The tunnel entrance is under the bridge.
I really don't think it was about me. I think it's very different from the Cassidy and Massey situation because I've been a Trump ally, as you point out. I think he got frustrated with the Senate not able to get what he wanted when he wanted it.
CNN's Ed Lavandera takes a closer look at the race and accent baggage.
Texas has a long history of big personality dominating the political landscape. Then there's Ken Paxton, who has never been known for his commanding stage presence.
But I'm so honored to have President Trump endorse
Now
him.
play it
Even
cool.
when he's
You're
saying
doing your
supporters
usual
will see
day-to-day
President
delivery
Trump's
job.
endorsements.
You've done this
When he
1,000
endorses,
times.
it has a tremendous impact. What Paxton might lack in charisma, he makes up for with unwavering MAGA loyalty. An attorney general who has really led the way, even in Washington, D.C. with Trump on the day of the January 6th attack. Paxton filed more than 100 lawsuits as Texas Attorney General against the Biden administration and led legal fights pushing false claims about voter fraud in the 2020 election.
Shot in the face for a second there. Okay.
He's
Now get in the
driven through the
elevator and
Republican
remember,
ranks while dragging
inconspicuous.
truckloads of scandal and controversy behind him. In the Trump era, Paxton carries it all as a badge of honor. Just like Donald Trump got impeached, I got impeached. In 2015, Paxton was indicted on felony securities and fraud charges for allegedly encouraging investors to buy stock in a company without disclosing he was being paid by that company. The case dragged on for years until he reached a settlement and the felony charges were formally dismissed. In 2020,
Next security check's coming up. You can do this. Keep her cool.
alleging bribery and abuse of power and misusing the Attorney General's office to help a political donor. The Justice Department reportedly dropped the case just before Trump took office for the second time. In May 2023, the Republican-controlled Texas legislature impeached Paxton over the whistleblower allegations. He was acquitted by the Texas Senate.
How much better does it feel when the marks are this dumb?
He absolutely delivered me, and he used the people of Texas to deliver me. Paxton then turned his political gaze on John Cornyn's Senate seat. The fake John Cornyn's going away in about 7 days. Cornyn has made Paxton's character a focal point, raising allegations of infidelity and spotlighting Paxton's wife divorcing him on
Okay, so far so bueno. Push on to the vault.
Oh, you're here. Why didn't they say something? Man, they never tell me nothing, you know?
Talking about his marriage issues, but his daughter defended him in a campaign.
My dad is a really good guy. He loves God, he loves his family, and he loves his country.
Oh, that's a heavy door. Ain't much getting through here. There.
In November, I refuse to allow a flawed, self-centered, and shameless candidate like Tim Paxton risk everything we've worked so hard to build.
Good news. Seeing as we stay under the radar, we have a little more time here. Now, your hacker can block the security sensors while you're in the vault, but only for a while. If the system goes quiet for too long, it triggers the alarm as a failsafe. And, did I mention that if the alarm goes off in here, they'll flood the place with nerve agent? No? Okay, well, I'll mention it now.
To release the Epstein files costed his health seat. The Kentucky Republican reflected on his filing loss to Trump-backed candidate Ed Rein last week. The president's animosity towards Massey stems from his bill calling for the release of the Epstein documents, as well as his pushback on issues like the war with Iran.
I think the biggest crime I committed against the swamp was showing the American people that somebody on the right could join somebody on the left and get something done, which is releasing the Epstein files that everybody knew needed to be done. That's probably the only bill that's passed Washington, D.C. in the last 10 years that lobbyists haven't written. It was written by me and Ro Khanna, and we used the pressure of the American people to cross the aisle and get things done. That's when they decided I had to be taken out, that I was becoming effective, so they wanted to eliminate me. And by the way, they couldn't buy my vote in 14 years, so they bought this seat.
When asked if a run for the White House could be in his future, Massey said he would not rule in Russia's deadly strikes on Kyiv this weekend are leaving physical and psychological scars. At least 4 people were killed in the onslaught as Moscow fired hundreds of drones and missiles toward the Ukrainian capital early on Sunday morning. One of them, a new hypersonic ballistic missile. The Oreshnik speed and trajectory make it nearly impossible for Ukraine's air defense systems to stop it. It's only the third time that Russia has used the weapon in its war. CNN's Sebastian Schukler has more.
A devastating night for the residents of Ukraine's capital as Moscow launched one of the largest attacks the city has ever seen. 600 drones and 90 missiles, including the highly kinetic, powerful Oreshnik missile, one of the deadliest in Russia's arsenal, was launched at the city. This attack appeared to be a retaliation strike ordered by President Putin. He called on his generals to come up with an attack plan following a Ukrainian attack on the Moscow claim struck a college dormitory, killing 18 people. Moscow called that a terrorist incident, but last night's attack left at least 4 people dead and 60 people injured, according to Ukrainian officials, with the focus being of this attack on the capital city. The brutal nature of these attacks was also captured by CNN on the ground, which speaks to the brutality of the attack. Flames were made visible across the city from various different vantage points, terrifying the city residents who will be after.
I was so scared. Honestly, I thought it was my last day. The building shook. My windows were blown out. I nearly dead. I tried to run away. I reached the bathroom, hide myself, and instead.
We arrived at the bathroom at the back, but every other room was destroyed. The windows were blown out together with their frames. If I had stayed in the bedroom, I could have been crushed, just like that. Mama, I'm so weak. I tried to get out. The doors were blown into the staircase. I had to climb over them, and then I saw the second floor had caught fire.
Attacks like these are becoming more prevalent as the war in the east and the Donbass grind to an attritional phase. Neither side is able to make small gains, let alone take huge swathes of territory. Ukraine, though, has been recently able to deflect insane amounts of damage on Russia's oil and gas facilities, with Western intelligence officials telling CNN that they have managed to wreak billions of dollars of damage on those facilities. Sebastian Schiffer, CNN, Berlin.
Still to come, we will go to Tel Aviv for Israel's reaction to the latest developments in the war with Iran and why a peace deal with Tehran may not mean the end for the conflict in Lebanon.
Now play it cool. You're doing your usual day-to-day delivery job. You've done this 1,000 times.
Since 2009.
I got these 3 suitcases less than $40.
I got these Bluetooth headphones for $20.
You're earlier than expected.
If you're not using DealDash.com, you don't know what you're missing.
DealDash.com.
Sure. Go straight through the lever on the left.
Believe
You
it or
can
not,
take the elevator or stairs
we're
down to the
using
vault.
$15 on DealDash.com. Here's how. Every auction starts at $0 with no reserve. Each bid raises the price by just 1 cent.
I thought you were going to get shot in the face for a second there.
To join
Okay,
you'll need
now get in the elevator
which
and
you buy
remember,
before joining the auction.
inconspicuous.
The winner of the Nintendo Switch bid against 27 other bidders. And with a bid of $11.34, they were the highest bidder when the timer hit 0 and won the auction. The winner placed a total of 31 bids in the auction, using 31 bid credits, including the cost of the bid credit and our free shipping. The final price was
Security check's coming up. You can do this. You keep your cool. Don't be nervous, you know? Who's nervous? Not this sweaty mess in the gaming chair.
$56. I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
Right up
If
ahead.
you want to find great deals and great items, go to DealDash.com.
That's DealDash.com. Get started today and join auctions like these. This brand new PlayStation 5 sold for only $50. And this iPhone sold for less than $42 on DealDash.com. And you get a 90-day
I got family over there, underscore sport on DealDash.com.
How much better does it feel when the marks are this
Go
down?
to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save. That's DealDash.com. Join today.
There are auctions going on right now. So what are you waiting for?
Okay, so far so bueno. Push on to the...
Oh, you're here. Why didn't they say something? Man, they never...
Bingo! We have struck gold! Good news. Seeing as we stayed under the radar, we have a little more time here. Now, your hacker can block the security sensors while you're in the vault, but only for a while. If the system goes quiet for too long, it triggers the alarm as a failsafe. And, did I mention that if the alarm goes off in here, they'll flood the place with nerve agent? Okay, well, I'm mentioning it now.
Transfer 200 for my check into my safe. Done. What should I do this weekend? Any ideas?
How about Roger Graphics? Morris's Rare Books and Comics. And the basketball game downtown. Perfect. Done.
Yeah.
I'm just about as tired. And this is Vienna. Welcome back, everyone. Signaling progress in efforts to end the war. Crucial details of a framework and hostility. And Jeremy Diamond is in Tel Aviv with Israel's reaction to roofing staff.
Well, it was only 2 days ago that the Israeli Prime Minister was on the phone with President Trump telling him that he thought it was a mistake to call off planned strikes against Iran. The Israeli Prime Minister was advocating on the phone for a return to all-out war against Iran. But now, President Trump indicating that a deal with Iran is nearly negotiated, and the Israeli Prime Minister got back on the phone with President Trump on Saturday evening. But this time, the Israeli Prime Minister understood where things were headed, and now, in a post on social media, the Israeli Prime Minister is trying to diminish any notion of daylight with the U.S. President. This is the post that the Israeli Prime Minister posted, in which he says that he and President Trump agreed that, quote, any final agreement with Iran must eliminate the nuclear danger. He also said that his and President Trump's policies remain unchanged, that, quote, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. But this is perhaps the most interesting part of this post. He says that President Trump, quote, reaffirmed Israel's right to defend itself against threats on every front, including Lebanon. And that is very notable because this points to one of the potential points of disagreement here between the U.S. and Iran and how each side is interpreting this budding agreement. We've seen this movement before as it relates to Lebanon. The Israeli Prime Minister here is trying to retain the ability to carry out strikes against Hezbollah, despite the fact that Iran seems to believe that this agreement would mean that there would be a total ceasefire in Lebanon. And what we've seen over the last month and a half, as there has been already a ceasefire in Lebanon, is daily Israeli strikes against Hezbollah. Hezbollah also carries out against Israeli troops in southern Lebanon. But this is just one of several different potential areas of disagreement as this agreement is coming close to fruition. We've seen already the way in which Iranian media is talking about this potential deal and the way in which U.S. officials are talking about it. And there are a range of disagreements. Everything over exactly how it will open so that will move to a deal following this agreement to whether or not Iran has privately made any commitments about reining in its nuclear program going forward. There's also a major disagreement, it seems, over Iranian frozen assets. Iranian officials describing in state media that those assets being unblocked would be a first step in the agreement. The United States indicating this won't happen until the strait is reopened. It is a reminder that until every single word in this agreement is actually finalized, both sides sign on the dotted line, the deal is not yet done. Jeremy Diamond, CNN.
You're a few seconds away from being a filthy rich corpse. People, that is the mother lode. We cleaned them out. Alright, let's get out of the frying pan and back into the fire. I got the key cards.
How far away do you think a deal might be given President Trump gave the impression of the weekend that a deal was imminent? But now says he's in
Honestly, Rosemary, it's very hard to say. If I was judging based on what I was reading in the news yesterday or on social media yesterday, I would say we're very close. But then it appeared yesterday evening that both sides were walking back the suggestion.
They reinforced the security room, and that's your only way out. Get ready.
There's real intent to get to a deal. I think it's also clear that a deal is possible.
Don't relax once you've made it to the top of the shaft. We're not out of the woods
There's a
yet.
lot of authenticity in terms of the framework, in terms of the structure, in terms of the oversight of who does what, and specifically what the result in a lot of criticism for President Trump's response to the Republican side. So we are still not there.
And the most recent version of what this we are paying for is blockade of Iran ports and more time to negotiate different related to the nuclear program. But the Trump administration says its first step is Iran going to have a nuclear program. So what's that?
You know what they say? In the event of emergency, leave all valuables behind and do not use the elevators. Oh well, never mind. We've got some heavy chatter on the police frequencies. Sounds like they're sending news. Oh, strange. I feel so alive. I don't even think my eczema's clearing up.
Iran enriched uranium, and these are sensitive issues for Iran because this is the leverage that Iran holds. These are the sort of tools Iran has to also receive sanctions relief, which is what Iran needs. So again, there is sequencing, clearly discuss this in Iran. There's so little
They might be covering the side exits by now. Stay alert for news.
Iran has been bombed.
Back the way we came is to always be down here carrying the loot. Let's fall back to the rear door.
But there's no certainty that even if the United States makes an agreement with Iran, that it will stand by that.
And how likely is it that this deal will be as comprehensive as President Trump wants? So we did get a look at that negotiated previously by the Obama administration as Trump is
Well, that's what President Trump needs to deliver. The case during what is called plus. But what's problematic is by deferring the negotiations on the nuclear issue to a second phase, which should be negotiated within 30 or 60 days timeframe, it's likely that this phase will immediately arrive at that conclusion of the problematic. Obviously, Iran needs the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf to open. So does the United States. Both need that process to go through. But the pressure and the incentive to finish the second phase will also need to be there.
And the other part of this, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he and President Trump agree that Iran will never have nuclear weapons. But how likely is it that Trump will insist that Israel stop attacking southern Lebanon so that the U.S. president can end the war with Iran? Because that's just one of the dumbest ones.
It is indeed. Iran wants all of the conflicts in the Middle East to come to a conclusion. It's also looking to preserve Hezbollah, and that is very delicate. Whereas the president and Israel's prime minister want to separate the conflicts. So I don't know how that's going to start.
They reinforced the security room, and that's your only way out. Get ready.
Is so he is putting a bit of a leash on something.
Don't relax once you've made it to the top of the shaft. We're not out of the woods yet.
October of this year, and the Israeli public certainly is also tired of these words of kindness and delivery for them because of peace and security and the entire thank you.
We will have the latest and most response to the blocks of a racing session.
Those bags look heavy.
I'm pretty honest, man. I have a bucket list and I'm doing it. My CV.
You know what they say? In the event of emergency, leave all valuables behind and do not use the elevator.
taking twice less.
Never mind. We've got some heavy chatter on the police frequencies. Sounds like they're sending news.
It's like texting. The 4444.
Home stretch. I feel so alive. I don't even think my eczema's clearing up.
100% drug-free key ingredients backed by 7 clinical studies.
The 4444 is your 100% of food is the Flex Complete. Plus, Flex now, a little fluid tube of Extra Flex Complete for fast acting relief for the pain of arthritis, backaches, and sore muscles, absolutely free.
If they need steroids and sore muscles,
They might be covering the side exits by now. Stay alert for news. Back the way we came is too risky now that you're carrying the loot. Let's fall back to the rear
Get
door.
a complimentary sample just by texting FLIP to 4444.
Flex Complete targets 5 root causes of joint muscles and boosts recovery with a unique combination of patented key ingredients from the warehouse. 100% drug-free key ingredients backed by 7 clinical studies. It helps restore resilience and muscle without sacrifice. It's so powerful. I've been using it just 1 week.
The 4444 to get your complimentary sample of food is the Flex Complete. Plus, Flex now, a little fluid tube of Extra Flex Complete for fast acting relief for the pain of arthritis, backaches, and sore muscles, absolutely free.
Boost your confidence inside and out. When Puna offers personalized hormone therapy for women who want to feel strong, balanced, and like themselves again. Whether you're dealing with low energy, mood changes, or low libido, this is real medical care. Personalized and delivered discreetly to your home, so you can feel like your best self in every part of your life. Personalized hormone care with Winona.
Getaway cars, go! The driver has them in position.
Set upgrades. Delayed upgrades. Elevated physics. And proper living. Theme.
Every day, you take a step back to look at the big picture. Each story has its own. And when you learn the information is flooded into your world, it's yours. That's what you do. Wait, listen, wait.
Rather than you following the power grateful view, if said by the same company speaking to an audience of the A-Best Ability Players, Telco described learning to trust and love again.
It's true. It's something I didn't think anything that could happen, especially at my age. So I didn't really want to do, but I look forward to back otherwise. And so really in that, to get traced from the one when I met this young man of 73, I didn't think that I'd be able to trust a man. But it's what happened to me, so you can see that everything can be allowed into life. You just never disband.
Telco's husband was convicted in 2024 of kidnapping a red property by various men for the nearly 8 decades. The story of virtual resilience made her a famous icon and in her experience in the public battle against drug consumption. About here in the United States, tens of thousands of NASCAR fans honor the late Prime Minister of champion, unfortunately, someday of the Catholic Motor Speedway. And his family is there for the tribute, which passed away on Thursday with the publication twice again.
Race started with $200 Speedway followed by bad bikes recent race involving nearly 100,000 gallons of fuel for the Coca-Cola system to raise that category. Vidya participated in NASCAR CEOs for January public race car cheer events including which really and the two-check events in limits to cover the four race horses. And Lennox, you're going to have to be alone party. They're making much of it's good. He said that, wherever the ball was, all of this was a replacement. He also
You really kicked the hornet's nest. It's amazing how fast the response time is. The guy calling 911 is a millionaire. Or should I say, ex-millionaire after his next insurance premium goes through. Economic justice is a beautiful thing.
Especially when fans, but like you said, it's the way it is. It is, as I've gotten said, and I would often say, it's one of that sort of
Very see there with fellow fighters who are peers for over there. That's the top field. I would give these medicines as a model, but it's good. People are real slaves and good.
Just like texting the 205
and expired between and this combination of ingredients and ingredients in clinical studies.
Is the flex complete? Next now, the basic most for fast acting relief of pain or arthritis, backaches, and sore muscles, absolutely free.
After 15 stiff joints and sore muscles, not slow Vidya. I love performing dance, pickleball, and motorcycling and ziplining and playing with my grandkids. My secret and your kids' flex complete.
Get a complimentary sample just by texting MEN to 215-215.
All new Instaflex Complete targets fire for joint and muscle discomfort and this recovery with a unique combination of powerful key ingredients found nowhere else. 100% gluten-free key ingredients backed by clinical study. It helps restore your joints and muscles without just jigger and nasty symptoms and without side effects. New Instaflex Complete is so powerful. I had that needs in just 1 week.
Awesome. And listening to candles, they are pissed. I know I'm being premature, I'm not. Whatever they told you, but hear me when I say, they're just pulling off the single greatest feat of organized criminality this city has ever seen. Admittedly, I'm knocking myself off the top spot. spot. But that doesn't matter. We are seconds away from the history books, my friends. I wasn't sure I should come out of retirement, but professionally at least, it looks like a good call. Yeah? Now, did someone say tequila? Almost there. Find the buyer and this is a done deal.
Here's where you can find outcomes, direct and raw. And now here's getting ahead of the biggest stories and giving you context. How important is the smell of
Aaron Burnett out front. We taste on CNN.
What do you think that weighs on the president and the conversations in between? The weighing from Washington and weighing to the president. Will you take this all the way to Supreme Court?
I'm not repeating a syllable of what she said.
What did you say if you thought you were looking to hear that voice? Welcome to In the coming hours, Vidya will present his first encyclical letter entitled Magnificat and Manifesto Magnificently. That is what to say in little letters. Even if it is conference. And then the original question of this topic is the you okay? What is it? What is it?
Of assessment what they're worth. And I'm about to find out what happens when the pilot line is not you, but artificial intelligence. Tim Burns is the chief technology officer at Carbon Labs, a Boston startup developing a system that can open into existing airplanes. Berlin says the system can fly the plane on the air traffic control, and he can help make decisions about weather and routing. Berlin says it has completed hundreds of test flights to see how the system performs in real-world conditions, though it is likely years away from carrying passengers. In the back of the plane, one of the company's engineers is monitoring what the AI is doing in real time.
I don't know if I know exactly what it is for sure.
Alongside me is test pilot Matt Diamond, who on this flight won't be doing much piloting at all.
So this is just a manual thing? This is being automated. Oh, there's an automated?
Meaning the AI system is flying the airplane from the very start. Nicely done. The next part of the demonstration, communicating with air traffic control. Merlin's system displays its language processing on an iPad as it listens to a mock controller, repeats the instruction, and then flies the airplane to match it.
Magic 01, turn left, heading 090, descend 2000.
Left 09, zeroing down 2000, magic 01.
Hey, cleared authorized. We're at about 1,500 feet now over Newport, Rhode Island, and we just turned onto the final approach here at Quantum State Airport. Now this is going to be an automated landing, and the system will fly the airplane all the way down to the pavement. It's a challenging problem for the automation, but once you crack the code, then it's so much easier on the pilot. You seem pretty confident over there. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You seem pretty relaxed. Should I be this relaxed? Yeah. Okay. All right.
As a pilot and a bit of a control freak, this is not exactly easy for me.
But
The system lines up with the runway and flies a gradual descent all the way to touchdown. Smooth, easy. Right on center. Even still, putting AI in control of an airplane raises big questions about safety and trust. Merlin CEO Matthew George.
What we're building is certainly very sci-fi, but we're doing it in a responsible, incremental way.
Will this put pilots out of jobs?
It won't. This is sitting alongside pilots, not necessarily replacing pilots, and enabling the pilots to do more of what they do best, or stop their defense.
That could be appealing to airlines worldwide, which will need to hire more than 600,000 new pilots over the next 20 years, according to Boeing. Merlin has already secured a $100 million contract with the U.S. Air Force to eventually fly cargo planes without pilots on board at all. But convincing passengers may be the hardest part.
As long as it's safe and more efficient and tested out in advance, I'm for it.
I don't know if I trust AI in the air. I doubt I trust it.
I like the idea of humans having control. I don't like the idea of machines having control.
Pete Muntean, CNN, Watson, Rhode Island.
You ready for that?
All right, finally, a unique tradition marks the climax of Hong Kong's annual Chong Chow Bun Festival. 12 people scrambled up a tower 14 metres or nearly 50 feet tall to grab as many buns as possible. The climbers had a 3-minute limit. They received points based on how high they snatched the buns. According to tradition, getting a bun from the top of the tower brings luck to their family. And at the end, a bun king and queen were chosen. Well done. I want to thank you so much for your company this hour. I'm Rosemary Church. CNN Newsroom with Paula Sandoval is next after a quick break. Stick around.
After 50, stiff joints and achy muscles, they can slow you down. Not me. I want to the complete life. You know, my grandkids. That's why I say, Instaflex Complete. It's restoring the joints and muscles and just temporarily masking the symptoms and without side effects.
Get a complimentary sample just by texting PACE to 42424. All new Instaflex Complete targets 5 root causes of joint and muscle discomfort and boosts recovery with a unique combination of patented key ingredients found nowhere else. 100% drug-free key ingredients backed by 7 clinical studies.
I love new Instaflex Complete, and I'm telling you, it really works.
Text PACE to 42424 to get your complimentary sample of new Instaflex Complete. Plus, text now, and we'll include a tube of Instaflex pain cream for fast-acting relief from the pain of arthritis, backaches, and sore muscles, absolutely free.
Caitlin Collins is your DC source, bringing you unprecedented access to the White House, Capitol Hill, and beyond. For in-depth political coverage and analysis, watch The Source, weekdays on CNN.
With all these Hilton Honors points, I could stay for free. I could all with Astoria and the Maldives. What about Canopy Pair?
Not fair. When you want points that can take you anywhere, anytime, it matters where you stay. Hilton, for the stay.
Can't keep my hands to myself. Hands to myself. Can't keep my hands to myself.
It's 4 words no parent should ever hear.
Your child is sick. But Starlight has taught us 4 other words that make all the difference.
Healing begins with happiness. Learn more at starlight.org.
Iván Pérez en Buenos Aires. Sí, y CNN. Everybody, this is CNN Newsroom, the National Center of Live in New York, happening right now. An all-night mission underway at a California airspace facility where a chemical tank could explode. Tens of thousands of people have already been asked to evacuate. So why a crack in that overheating tank may really be a positive development. And from largely negotiated to no rush for a deal. Look at the conflicting comments coming from the White House when it comes to largely negotiated to no rush for a deal. Look at the conflicting comments coming from the White House when it comes to Hawaii. And would you fly in a plane being piloted by AI? You may not have to. It'll take you along, but a CNN reporter did just that.
Live from New York, this is CNN Newsroom with Paula Sandoval.
Officials say that a crack in an overheating chemical tank at an aerospace facility in Southern California may be relieving some of the pressure that's built up inside. They say that there's still a very real risk for a catastrophic explosion. About midnight at the site where crews are currently working to determine if the crack goes all the way in. So they're being closed down by officials to keep it cool. About 50,000 residents of the surrounding area are currently under evacuation orders due to a risk of exposure to the toxic and highly flammable chemicals inside. Evacuees at a nearby shelter are sharing their ongoing anxiety as they wait for more information from officials.
I'm scared because I don't know what's going to happen, and I don't know if anything that already is in the air is going to affect us, or if it blows, what's going to happen. You know, that's the unknown is really scary.
We got an evacuation notice. We had to get out, so we did. I've worked in refineries my entire life, so I know the danger of the chemicals that they're talking about. What I don't understand is why they haven't been able to contain this. If this had been in the refinery, this would have been contained already.
In the last hour, we heard from the acting chief of the Orange County Fire Authority, T.J. McGovern. My colleague Rosemary Church asked him about the efforts to determine the condition of the unstable chemical tank. Here's what he said.
We are conducting an operation throughout the night, again, with the goal is the following. This is what's important. We are doing an operation tonight to confirm that the pressure has been released and the bloody threat is eliminated. So that is our goal tonight. Because that is a catastrophic worst-case scenario that we've all been talking about, that occurrence of the bloody. But I want to be clear to everybody, we're not there yet. So we still got to go through this operation tonight. We have to set it in the morning. We are clear that cylinder, that tank is not pressurized.
In the next hour, we'll be exploring that. We'll hear from an engineering professor for more on that work.
It's touchless building up the special carbines, so soon to be installed. You just something you had too long, but it's well, that's not
in that framework of the fabric that is still in as told CNN, stainless figure from the loose with the loosened proportionate response to Obama getting to the proposed deal. The President Donald Trump is already boasting about this pending deal, saying in part, if I make a deal, it will be a good and proper one, not like a one you make. Let's discuss it. Head over to CNN's Nadia Shia, who's live from London. Now, the first similar to Is there anything that you're doing right now that you think this time that if we don't get it right,
Try not to kill the hostages. If this goes to shit, we'll need collateral.
We also said we need political
Demolitions below the first gate. Charges are
including the executive statement for video, which highlighted Congress did indicate that some parts of the Disney service hadn't been the case. He had said that he wouldn't read too much into this thread. In his words, it took a little while to get up to speed. He also focused on the details of the scene of understanding he had described a pretty solid deal on the table stage. Of course, we are here waiting to hear from the Iranian side and also to hear that final confirmation of what that deal actually looks like. But this is in the movement of understanding what is happening in the case of the business that this expect essentially a 60-day time frame for those final details of the aspects of the deal to be and to the final piece of the time for the previously had gotten the US president indicated that there are some concerns from the Iranian regime to realize this process until that final agreement is reached. Now, in terms of what we do know about the deal, this also indicated his government before will not only be relation to security in Iraq but also crucially be focused on reopening the Strait of Hormuz, allowing diplomacy free open, and of course Iran is the blockade on its port lifted and has been essentially unfortunately lifted and not completely open to the Hormuz. Iran of course wants to see that completely is lifted. It's lifted nuclear power system that has become a Russian question on President Trump's side of the issue, in his statement that he can secure a deal and see if to another essentially obtain and develop a nuclear weapon. But of course, again, these things are still being worked out and carried out. Clearly, at this stage, the final deal is big.
That's sort of the need to secure and speak to allies. He's obviously had with us.
This year.
You can hear my colleagues right now basically saying that there's a lot that we do not know quite yet. Our U.S. official is telling us that the critical details of that deal is still being worked on. What is it mean on how close the U.S. is to reaching that initial framework for an eventual?
I think the part of those closer than ever before to the finish line, that as more negotiation, nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. And at this point, not everything is agreed. And in the past, we have also seen President Trump so hesitate when you see some domestic backlash to deal with Iran. So there is no guarantee, but I think that all the process of finish line will turn around are pretty much.
That's certainly significant. I want to listen to Democratic Senator Jim Booker as he expressed some skepticism about the deal in the work right now. The evidence is that he expects it to legalize in an even better position than it was under with the Obama-era deal with the CCPLA. Listen to how he described it and some of the criticism and then
the president said he went into this deal with the nuclear program. This does not deal with that. Before he became president the first time, they had no highly enriched uranium dates sent out. Now they have it because of him.
Obviously, while we find nuclear weapons will certainly be highly scrutinized, especially by the president's critics. But for now, I'm curious what your assessment is. Do you see the Trump administration essentially being forced to give up some of their valuable bargaining chips, perhaps even using some of the
There is another way. If you are to use the benefits of that, why would they not? We have to deal with that.
Take a left-hand line really hard and duck down the alley to your right.
And try to
You're gonna That's coming out of your cut, not mine. Go, 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 go,
But after the video it is not included in that sense, it might be easier we're so far at this point, we're talking about the framework within the conflict. We have very general terms about Iran's future. The details will have to be negotiated later, and those details might never be finalized, just like the Gaza ceasefire agreement that never went into phase 2.
Yeah, it's just remarkable how, in our discussion now and talking about the different back and forth between two countries when it was in early March that President Trump said that there would be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. What a dramatic shift. Let's talk about the Israel angle of all this. I mean, they're obviously watching this closely with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu being very clear that he would not want to walk away unless this issue of Iran's nuclear capabilities is resolved. What do you say to that? What do you say to it?
What I feel is not
If you let the cops hit you, you're gonna lose cash. That's coming out of your cut, not mine. Keep going down the alley.
that an easy way to get rid of the right to stop. Well, that was the expected at this point
Across the road to the next alley. Now, make a play for the bank so their best and restashed behind them. We lose some money along the way, so we need it. Go, go, people, grab it.
What's going to cheer beyond it is in Tel Aviv with Israel's reaction to where things stand in these ongoing talks.
Well, it was only 2 days ago that the Israeli Prime Minister was on the phone with President Trump telling him that he thought it was a mistake to call off planned strikes against Iran. The Israeli Prime Minister was advocating on the phone for a return to all-out war against Iran. But now, President Trump indicating that a deal with Iran is merely negotiated. And the Israeli Prime Minister got back on the phone with President Trump on Saturday evening. But this time, the Israeli Prime Minister understood where things were headed. That now, in a post-conflict media, the Israeli Prime Minister is trying to diminish any way to destabilize with the U.S. strike. This is the post that the Israeli Prime Minister posted in which he saw the team of President Trump agreed that, quote, any final agreement with Iran cannot eliminate the nuclear engagement. He also said that his and President Trump's policies remain unchanged, that, quote, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. Of course, this is the most interesting part of this post. He said that President Trump, quote, reaffirmed Israel's right to defend itself against threats on any front, including seven. And that is very notable because this points to one of the potential points of disagreement here between the U.S. and Iran outside the closer visit by the agreement the fear as it relates to Lebanon. Every time it's reported, it's trying to expose the old all-out strikes against Hezbollah, despite the fact that Iraq is believed that this agreement would mean that there would be a total ceasefire in Lebanon. And what we've seen over the last month, there have been
already a ceasefire in Lebanon. He's bullying Israeli troops against Hezbollah. Hezbollah also carrying out attacks against Israeli troops in southern Lebanon. But this is just one of several different potential areas of disagreement as this agreement is coming close to fruition. We've seen already the disagreement Iranian media talking about potential deals, the way that U.S. officials are talking about it, and there are going to disagree. Everything over executive policy is sort of going to be a view following this agreement to whether Iran hasn't made any commitments about reining in its nuclear program going forward. There's also a major disagreement, it seems, over Iranian frozen assets. Iranian officials describing in state media that those assets being unblocked would be a first step in any agreement, but the United States indicating this won't happen until the strait is reopened. It is a reminder that until every single word in this agreement is actually finalized and both sides sign on the dotted line, this deal is not yet done. Jeremy Diamond, CNN, Tel Aviv.
It's still ahead here in the CNN newsroom. Russia's aerosols on Ukraine this week included a hypersonic ballistic missile strike. So, a rare approach. The latest in the war, Russia's willingness to use
Use the bike, stay away from the cops, and to get upstate. When you left a dinghy in Red Canyon, there's your exit plan. There's a route coming to your GPS now. It'll take you off-road, away from the cops, towards our boat. Stay together.
Introducing missile flights of
This will be the safest route.
It's restored my feelings of how this temporary loss
They store up energy to accelerate when you brake. Should help put some room between you and those red balloons.
fundamental side of the basic plastic bags just by having the principle and principle. It's the plastic bags article with plastic jokes on its significantly new combination of natural ingredients that nowhere else. It takes back by 5 clinical studies.
I did live in there, walking 3 miles a day, up and down the stairs, telephone. I found out that you could collect on television. So I tried it, and within 5 weeks, I used telephone. I installed it. I told it, just the flex. But it was just the flex.
Use the plastic bags as the new ones of going down to CNC system also having a exciting part of the new Plus, that's now, a little bit of the protection that's going to be free.
My knees feel better. I know feel better. My shoulders feel better. This is it. I got that spring right back in my step. I would recommend this product to anyone. Joint discomfort in your knees. It will change your life. It will
Use the plastic bag is the new ones of joint blend with GNC, which will also have their customer the new ones for the time, Plus, that's now, it will include the 2 provincial price screen for fast acting relief with pain of arthritis, back pain, and so it's absolutely free.
Thank you.
very good judgment. I can see what the first is from. But during the exam of really painful. I think we'll never have the deep process of this for a very long time.
I think the thing is the restaurant and the price to you guys all right? If you look at I just saw most people very stuck on the residential building, at the car, at the school, the store. I just thought it was the least of the
This next bit's gonna sound crazy, but crazy's often what gets you in trouble. You're coming up to a rickety bridge, cross it immediately, cliff, and drive right off. Then pull your parachute and get the buoy flip for you in the river. That's your way out. Come to think of it, curves first just before you jump might be the best way to get away from the cliff. Soon as your airborne, get your brakes and start gliding. That's easy, right? Coming from a guy who rocks with a cane.
It's writing in his law that, Putin is thinking about stopping this Russian president anytime soon. I think when you look at an attack like this, so long into the war, so deadly, so dangerous the population, there's just little sense that it's going to end anytime soon.
Yeah, to strike a reminder that this conflict costs Americans. And so thank you so much, Barbara Watson, about that live report from Rome. The Democratic Republic of Congo is intensifying its health screenings because of that worsening Ebola case. Go ahead and say that you can help fight the outbreak in Central Africa. Also, going to be which was
Here are your jumping on to the person and from the Hurricane Michelle, with losing 37% more weight next morning, which is seriously why I chose it. Jumping wants to kickstart your weight loss, new to make it easy. They started now for $79.
Got an advantage on the cops right now, but it won't last for long. Let's make it count, people. Move before they figure out what happened.
And life themselves at. Whether you're dealing with low energy, mood changes, or low libido, this is really mental care. And delivered experience your door, so you can feel like you have self-care in every part of your life. Find personalized hormone care with Window.
There's a lot of confused voices coming out of my police scanner right now.
I know I didn't do that much, but you, oh, you know, I thought you were just a bunch of creepy and quiet weirdos. Turns out
This is Caleb,
you're a bunch of
discovering
creepy,
that on the
quiet
Pixel,
weirdos with
her closet
talent.
can hold
You
extra cash.
rob and you steal and destroy like geniuses.
All she has to do is sell what
Oh,
she
I
no
love it.
longer
I love
wears.
it. Here, let me wire you your money.
She just snaps,
You
lists,
know,
and sells her pre-loved pieces.
I
And
will
with
never
0
forget the
selling
good
fees,
times.
she keeps
All
every dollar
the
she
laughs
earns.
we'd had. You're like family.
Don't
The
wear it,
picnic,
sell it.
the picnic,
Download the
you know, the hike in the woods, and
I'm Sister
all the selfies, and oh, and the
Convenience.
time we went rollerblading, and we watched the sunset, and we stayed up all night talking and sharing our innermost
Welcome back to CNN News
fears
Local 10 of all New York News and today's top stories. Officials in Southern California are currently working to confirm that a crack in
that wasn't you?
chemical tank at an
Even the
aerospace
skinny
facility
dipping and
may
the
be relieving some of the pressure inside.
oh.
But they still caution that there is still a risk.
What are you saying? The drugs. Oh man, the drugs. I am a heavily medicated man. I'm not well at all. I'm a little embarrassed. Okay, the money here and here and here and here. Okay, you better take off and take care. Okay. Bye bye.
And it was a solemn day for 600 in North Carolina. Tens of thousands of NASCAR fans who watched from the stands. He says NASCAR CEO under Kyle Busch also paid respects to his family. He died Thursday due to complications from severe pneumonia. Henry Stratus, one of Busch's proteges, wound up winning that race. The World Health Organization prevention mental response to death in Ebola crisis. The announcement comes as WHO's executive board is set to host meetings in Geneva, Switzerland on Monday and Tuesday. The organization's director general estimated that there are now more than 900 suspected Ebola cases in Central Africa. Regional conflict is also displacing thousands of people feeling concerned over potential cross-border transmission. And over the weekend, the Democratic Republic of Congo tightened health screening checkpoints around Vidya. The city's reportedly at the center of the outbreak. Let's get more now and it over to Dr. Peter Piot, who co-discovered the Ebola virus and is currently professor of global health at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. Dr. Piot, thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Thank you.
You've seen the progression, obviously, since the beginning of efforts to stop this virus in its tracks. It is a stubborn virus that has been recovering from the previous virus. This outbreak now represents the second largest record for access to the CDC. How much more do you expect cases to go up through this as we go on?
Well, for me, this is worst case scenario. The deadly strain of the Ebola virus actually known without vaccine and active frozen. Very few people, displaced people, refugees, and under-equipped health facilities. And we heard the number of cases is going up very rapidly. And in the absence of vaccine, all depends on access
Good morning, Mum.
Patients so that we can isolate them, we can protect their families. And that's what, armed conflict is standing in the way. And that's why I'm calling really for an Ebola truce, something like that enables all those who are involved in controlling the epidemic and caring for patients to do their work.
With it now being decades since the discovery of this virus, Doctor, are you surprised that there still isn't that vaccine that's
All right, I'm going to be
in its battle against this virus?
Yeah, we already have an Ebola vaccine that was tested in 2014 in West Africa. Exactly, also in the previous big outbreak in Kivu in the same part of the Democratic Republic of Congo. But this is a rare and new strain of
All right, y'all. I'm going to be Ed for real. Y'all have a great night and a good Memorial Day. Have fun. Be safe. Whatever y'all plan on doing. And I will see y'all later today. Good night.